Welcome everybody. Okay, good. We have the notification about recording. It's very variable. So welcome everybody on the CTEC, the new CTEC edition, CyberArk Technical Express Club. It's a pleasure to be here. I wanted to go to Kiev and meet you personally, but the situation currently is not the best one, I think, in general in the region about traveling. So let's hope it will more stabilize in the beginning of the year and we'll be finally able to meet together face to face. Okay, let's start then. I will just check if I can share my screen. Sharing the second screen should be there. Can you please confirm if you are able to see my?
Yep, works fine.
Okay, perfect. So I think we can start. So let's start with some short introduction. So my name is Bartek Kryński. I'm Solutions Engineering Team Leader at CyberArk, and together with Marcin Paciorkowski, we would like to run the session together about the CTEC. So Marcin, if you could introduce yourself or the rest of the team who maybe don't know yet.
Hi guys, my name is Marcin Paciorkowski and I'm the Senior Solutions Engineer here at CyberArk, and I'm responsible for Poland and the Balkans region.
Thank you very much. So I think before we start, as we have quite small team today, and this is the advantage, so I would have two suggestions. First, if you could have a kind of the introduction round. So if you could just say several sentences about yourself, from what company are you from, and what is your experience with CyberArk, it would help us a lot, in my opinion. So if you could just unmute yourself and say a couple of words about yourself for everybody to know each other during the session, because what we would like to achieve today is actually not the typical workshop or webinar, but really more a discussion, open discussion between us and you. So if we could have this kind of the round would be great. So maybe let's start with Softprom. Yuri, if you could just unmute yourself and introduce. I think most of us or all of us know you, but let's start with you.
Коллеги, Барташ предлагает каждому сказать о себе немного слова, с какой компанией, представиться. Если кто-то готов, вы просто поднимите руку, возможно, у вас не получается включить микрофон, и я помогу с технической стороны включить микрофон. Юра, ты как со стороны Softprom, и со стороны Барташа предлагаем стартовать с тебя.
Just hello guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just I've been doing I'm responsible for pre-sale activities at Softprom, so I think I've been doing about 4 years with CyberArk, so mostly I'm focused on pre-sale activities and implementations in this region.
Great, thank you very much. Maybe one more comment before we move forward. If you can run cameras, we would even more appreciate it, because then it's like really more interactive session. Of course, if somebody have some issues with the camera, it's not mandatory, but we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Все-таки, Юра, Алекс, привет. Было бы круто, чтобы ты представился тоже. И я рада представить еще нашего коллегу Алекса, который занимается и отвечает за CyberArk в Украине.
Да, так меня все, в общем-то, участники знают. Вот сейчас я посмотрю. Да, конечно. Поэтому зачем меня отдельно представлять? Вот мы и так каждый день, в общем-то, в регулярном контакте практически со всеми.
Ну, ты немного задержался. Идея Барташа сейчас коротко о себе рассказать. Сколько опыта работы с CyberArk, с какой компанией. И вот тебе передаем слово.
Softprom 2,5 года, наверное, работаю с CyberArk, очень доволен. Вот я могу так сказать, я часто говорю это на встречах, но вот у нас за последние эти 2 таких кризисных года, если брать в целом по компании, то ситуация осталась стабильной только по 2 направлениям. Знаешь, осталась стабильной, может быть, даже они немножко выросли. Это облачные сервисы, то есть все, что связано с дистрибуции GCP и AWS. Спасибо коллегам за помощь. Спасибо вам, партнеры, за то, что тоже, в общем, как бы ваша заслуга на самом-то деле. Вот, так что передавает слово следующему участнику.
Хорошо. Коллеги, возможно, кто-то готов представиться. Окей.
Hello, colleagues.
Hello,
Yeah.
Yaroslav.
My name is Yaroslav. I am from Kavita company. I have 3 years experience in CyberArk implementation. I'm interested really in implementation, new features of CyberArk, and maybe some new functionality.
Great to hear you, Yaroslav. Thank you for introduction.
Me too.
Who can be next?
Коллеги, кто следующий? Да, давай.
Hi team, are you hear me?
Yes, hi Roman. Good to see you also.
You
Congratulations
too.
to the first one, the brave one.
Hey, a lot of you knows me already, but let me introduce myself. My name is Roman, and I this company. I have been worked with CyberArk a lot of time. Have done a lot of projects, I guess, and hope this meeting helps me to new features and some new opportunities with CyberArk and make CyberArk more familiar with me. Okay. Nice to be here. Thank you very much.
Our pleasure. Thank you, Roman. Good. Who can be next? Don't be shy.
Коллеги, не стесняйтесь.
Hello, my name is Gregory. I'm also from Softprom, and I help Yuri to make some pre-sale activities approximately half of a year, and I have experience with CyberArk for several years. So let's take a new knowledge about this product.
Definitely. Thank you, Gregory. I see that Przemek is on the train, so he will be not to speak, but
Przemysław представился в чате. Ага. Кстати, коллеги.
I have a comment from Przemysław in the chat.
Да, кстати, коллеги, тоже, если вы стесняетесь говорить или там, не знаю, проблемы с английским, можете просто написать в чат. Вот, можете представиться голосом, просто чтобы Барташ уже, с кем-то он лично уже общался, вот, с кем-то у него была переписка, но я уверен, что для него есть новые люди. Он как технический специалист, который отвечает за помощь именно вам, инженерам и техническим пресейлам в нашем регионе, конечно же, ему интересно знать, как говорится, кто есть кто. Поэтому, пожалуйста, облегчите Барташу жизнь и, в общем-то, разрешите ему с вами познакомиться.
Hi, colleagues. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
My name is Alexander. I am from CIAM company, and I'm working with CyberArk about 4 years. My responsibilities is more like pre-sale activities and engineering tasks. So I'm happy to be here today and learn something new.
Great, thank you, Alexander. Okay, anybody else brave enough to for a couple of words or enable camera?
Тимур, просто для меня тоже тут есть несколько людей, с которыми я редко общаюсь. Вот, например, Тимур Байтенов. Тимур, можете рассказать о себе пару слов?
I think you are still muted, Timur.
Okay, so
hello. Hello everyone. Yeah, sorry for not answering. Have some troubles with internet connection. Yeah, so my name is Timur. I'm from IoG Innovations. We are partner with CyberArk. Yeah, so have some experience with CyberArk previously. It's about 2-3 years in direct or indirect, I mean, projects, implementation projects, etc.
Thank you.
Окей, супер. То есть у нас аудитория более-менее сегодня подготовлена. Хорошо, отлично. Окей, Bartosz, so I think we can start.
Yep. We can start. Thank you very much. As we mentioned before, we would like it to be interactive. So if you have any comments, positive, negative, you have other observations in Ukraine, let's open it. Yeah. So comment, type on chat, unmute yourself. We would appreciate it if it's really interactive one. Let's start with a short agenda for today. I will do around 3-4 slides for the introduction, especially that from participant list, I don't think we have anybody unexperienced with CyberArk. So I will just, to be on the same stage, I would like to just show you 3-4 words for the standardization from our vision perspective. How do we see the market now? I will do the licensing, but not now, actually. I would like to move it somewhere here before the blueprint to like summarize all updates we may have today. And then we will go into the different directions. So we will start with workforce identity, as the business identity part is something we invest now a lot of time and resources. So we'd like to show you the basics, like how to do the first page, but how to do the demo, the modern demo, the new demo. What else you may use, maybe which you are not so aware of, like CIAM, so customer identity and access management. We will talk about lifecycle management, not only in theory, but we would like to also show you how to set it up in the lab environment. And another features like self-service, certificate-based authentication, and more updates about the vision. And then we will go into the product updates related to new functionality of secure web sessions, Vault for business users, something which may be very attractive, that we could store the credentials not in the cloud, but in the on-prem digital world, which customer may have. And we'll also show you the dynamic privilege access. There is one point which Marcin raised, and I think this is very important, about the recording. So it's for team from Softprom. Unfortunately, we cannot record these 2 sessions, so workforce identity and product updates, because we will talk a lot. We'll share you a lot of unofficial information about the roadmap, so which we are not officially allowed to do so. So if we could stop recording on the workforce identity part and the product updates part, we'll really appreciate it, because this is the confidential information. And
Bartosz, as a presenter, you have this right, just pause recording or stop recording.
Brilliant. Okay, so
if
I
you
will manage it.
Feel free.
Great. Let me just check. Where is it? Pause.
Yeah.
Find three dots.
It's better pause only, not stopped. Yeah.
Pause is brilliant, both. So pause and stop recording is there, so I will pause it when needed.
I do feel like a secret agent, because both my sessions will not be recorded.
Nah. Yeah, exactly. So from logistics standpoint, also Marcin will cover this access and identity parts related to workforce identity and product updates, and also something from how to talk about. Right. And then we will summarize it with the licensing, and also we will touch the big part related to blueprint methodology. And this is something I would like to be a bit more practical one. So we'll show you how it is working currently with the blueprint, the methodology, the program, the roadmap in the new structure of identity security. So not only PAM related blueprints, but also we customize it. Actually, now we customize it together with Martin on ourselves, because we are still waiting for totally new version of blueprint, which will be identity security oriented, but it will come probably in around February or March after our internal sales kickoff. So to not waste time, we would like to show how do we cover it now. It's still very, very effective from the pre-sales side. That's why I think we should practice it as much as possible. And last but not least, if we have time still today, it really depends on all of us. There will be the question about the protection and standardization of workstations, Windows, macOS workstations. So we will update you with the knowledge of EPM, Endpoint Privilege Manager. The agenda is very fluent one, and we can customize it. In the previous edition, so we've done 2 already together with Marcin in Poland and in Baltics plus Adriatic region. In both, we didn't have time to touch this last point, which was great because we are really counting. We would like to spend time with you, not only with sharing knowledge from us to you, but also hearing your feedback from the field. So let's open the discussions, and don't be afraid that if we miss this point, we will not touch it, because I plan to schedule dedicated session, hopefully still this year, the longer session about the standardization of workstations. So these 4 topics in the beginning are the most important ones. And also I would like to share more information about some documents related to projects and general cooperation with the technical team of CyberArk. We will do a couple of breaks, of course, during today's meeting. There will be at least 1 or 2 in the beginning of the day. We will do the break, I think, around 1 p.m. Ukrainian time. We should have the lunch break, so like 45 minutes up to 1 hour break, and then we will go with the blueprint methodology. Any questions about logistics or anything before we will start? I don't hear or see in the chat anything. So let's start it. As I mentioned, very short introduction. I think most of us already know these slides, but just to standardize some information. So as we all know, CyberArk started the journey by inventing PAM market more than 20 years ago already, by inventing Digital Vault, and expanded it with the different directions related to remote access, protecting secrets, static secrets in the application environment, dynamic secrets, and many other functionalities which were invented by us. But we figured out around more than 2 years ago already that it's not enough, because we have much more identities than only privileged ones. So we have in the environment, we have business people, we have marketing teams, some HR teams, and many other, and they may start to be privileged. And it's very hard to protect their access to the environments, because data currently are not only stored in the typical physical data centers where we put this border, the perimeter, by using firewalls, next generation firewalls, IPS systems, etc. Because nowadays environment is totally mixed. We have a lot of clouds. We have infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service solutions like Office 365, which almost everybody is using now. G Suite, another Azure application, Salesforce, Zoom, and much more. And because of that, it's really difficult to define all of these control lists, because additionally, we are not only working in the typical local trusted areas, like our offices, where we could control this access in the easy way. But in most cases, we are working remotely nowadays by using not only untrusted environments like some cafes, but also untrusted workspaces, maybe by using bring your own device methodology. So we potentially may be sharing the same workspace with the different people, like our family. And this is why it's even more untrusted environment, because we don't know what was downloaded previously by our family. So the true is that every identity may start to be privileged in the specific circumstances. That's why we expanded the vision to not only provide a PAM functionality, but we are focusing more and more about identity security in general. By the way, what we've heard, and this is something for your information, I think very important, we've heard already 3 times in last weeks that some competitors are sharing some untrue information about CyberArk to the customers. One was actually from Ukraine, and twice we've heard it in Poland, that some competitor is saying that very soon CyberArk will be fully cloud solution without any components installed in the on-prem environment. If you know something about it, if you know who may share this untrue information, so we would appreciate it. But it's false positive. We don't plan it. Yeah, we plan the unification. Yeah, and there will be the functionality like identity security platform available soon. That it will be cloud-based and everything will be unified in one interface. But additionally, we still have our, I wouldn't say it legacy, but our on-prem PAM solution, which for sure for a long time still will be on-prem. Is because many customers still are not ready to go to the clouds with this critical system as digital world. So for sure, for long-term period, we don't hear anything about moving to the cloud. So it is for sure false positive, and I'm wondering who is telling this like fake news in the environment. Good. So just to summarize, we see that the big advantage of moving to the identity security part, and in general, we see the trend in our area that all of the PAM vendors, they are either buying something to get to identity or creating something to expand the vision. IDaaS solutions, so identity as a service solution, they would like to also move to the identity PAM. We know that, for example, Okta released information that they will have something in the PAM market in the beginning of 2022. One Identity also like expanded the vision, and they want to propose like identity security platform. So I think the direction was proper one, which was chosen like more than 2 years ago. And we are still expanding the vision, not being recognized as only PAM market leader by Gartner and other reports, but also we see much more recognition by reports in the access part. How do we see the identity security? Is these 4 main pillars. First, related to authentication. So we would like to enforce the zero trust model in the environment, to effectively authenticate all of the identities. Doesn't matter if we are talking about human, like technical person, business person, etc., or also applications, which is much more harder to enforce the zero trust. To not have the problem with this secret zero issue, that application need to ask for secret by using secret because it's a kind of the loop. So we would like to at least maybe not fully enforce the zero trust model because it's really hard in the application world, but at least to collect a lot of parameters about applications before providing them the secret, to be really close to this zero trust model. So from the authentication standpoint, we would like to provide you multi-factor authentication, the adaptive one based on the user behaviors, and we will expand it a lot today. After user is authenticated, we will go to authorization part, and we have a lot of investments here. We will show you the kind of the alpha version of our module, dynamic privilege access, which is the great revolution when we talk about JIT, just in time and just enough. So very nice module, which I think we will generate a lot of noise, especially in the PAM part, because I think we all meet the situations where sometimes PAM for some account and some accesses is just too much, that people, they don't want to use these splitted accounts that I'm Bartek Kryński and I have the second account Bartek Kryński ADM if once per month, and this Bartek Kryński ADM is in the vault, where once per month I need to have some specific access. So for this kind of purposes, we we have the new proposal, and I think it will be a kind of the revolution here. So from the authorization standpoint, we would like to provide you this least privilege concept. Doesn't matter if we are talking about the cloud access or access to the on-prem environment, but it should be enforced. And of course, if we establish the session, it would be great to control what is happening inside. First, if I'm still in front of the computer, maybe I left the desk with my mobile device to go for a coffee break. So then we should react, like maybe provide a continuous authentication. If something wrong is happening during the session, we should be able to suspend it, terminate it, join it, and control what is happening. And last but not least, the reactive approach, which was quite popular last time in Poland, in Ukraine, to provide only this transparent session recording solution. So I think in general, our region is moving to this identity security and PAM part, but still we have this functionality, of course, to record everything in the environment, not only from the technical side, which is available for years, right? And we have this fully functional PAM recording. But nowadays, what is very important is how we could record business people. It's not the easy task. And we tried together with you, we tried several times to use PAM, PSM, HTML5 gateway in front to provide accountability for business teams, which was too much in many cases. They were not understanding what is happening, why there is some RDP, some communication, some notification, I am recorded. It was just too complicated for HRs or workforce teams in general. That's why we provide totally new functionality now, which is much more straightforward because you don't need to use any proxy. There was the solution which we also Votive, which we acquired years ago. We tried to use. It was like forward proxy. Some of you may know it. We tried this approach, but again, it was too much. So there were some certificate issues, plugin issues. Every application needed to be customized. It was too difficult for customers to be maintained. That's why we changed totally the strategy, and we now provide something, in my opinion, much more simple, which we will share not only in theory, but we'll also present you some cool demos in the end. Okay, so I think this is it from the introduction point. You see here, of course, the portfolio, all of the materials, by the way, which we can share, we will share with you. But I think it's the good time to start with the orange part. I think we know very well that the blue part, right, related to EPM, vendor privilege access manager, privilege session and access manager, so old PAM in the cloud or on-prem environment, and something new like CIAM. Today we'll touch them a bit, especially these two parts on the left side. I think we very well know the secrets management in the static world, and at least the overview of the Conjure. So today, let's start with the orange section related to workforce identity, so our employee identity, but also we'll touch the customer identity of customers of our customer. So do you have any questions for this introduction or anything we will touch today? If not, Marcin, I think the stage is yours. I have some question from Alexander. Meeting will be whole day. Yeah, the meeting is planned for whole day. I don't know if, well, is it true that it was like scheduled for 1 hour, Alex? Yeah, so just to confirm, yeah, it's we'll take you up to 3 or 4 p.m. This is the plan for today. Okay. So, Marcin, if you could try to share your screen, I will just.
I will do so, but first of all, you need to stop the stop sharing.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. It's better now. You should see my screen now. If you could confirm, that would be great.
I am confirming it.
That's great. Thank you. So, guys, let's start our journey from the identity security area and during this session we are going to discuss about old adaptive module. As probably you know, adaptive has been acquired by CyberArk in 2020, so a little bit more than 1.5 years ago. And right now the module has been rebranded. It means that the new name of this module is Workforce Identity or Customer Identity, depends on which part we are talking about. Workforce Identity will be related to the employees, to the business users, and similar, simply employees of the organization. And Customer Identity will be definition that we are going to use for the CIAM part. So customer IAM, everywhere where the company has some kind of the customers and would like to use this module to increase the security for those customers. What are the differences we are going to discuss also a little bit later on, but on the background, please note that both modules use exactly the same logic and the same infrastructure on the background. So technically there is no difference, but of course there are some differences in terms of features and in terms of possibilities. So let's start from the introduction. What exactly is identity security and what are the basic features available on this module? So first of all, directory service. What's the directory service? This is the single location that you can use to simply create one single location where you will grant permissions to your users. So you can integrate this module with multiple third-party identity sources like LDAP, like Active Directory, like Azure AD, like G Suite, and similar ones. And on the single interface, then you will be able to create the access rules to those users, role-based access control and similar acronyms. Second of all, multi-factor authentication. So we can provide MFA feature for multiple usages for different users, and depends on the use case, we can provide proper authentication profiles. How does it work? I will explain you a little bit later on. The next feature, single sign-on. So the single interface that will provide your users access to the web applications, right? So you can create a list of the applications, you can share those applications with the users, and you can define how the authentication will look like to those applications. You can use some kind of the seamless protocols like the SAM, like the WSFET, like the OpenID and similar ones, or you can simply, if target application doesn't support such a seamless protocols, you can simply mark on the configuration that this application will use a simple username and the password like authentication method. And this combination can be shared or can be provided by the user during the authentication stuff. So how does it work? It depends on you. I will explain the details later on. And the last but not least, identity lifecycle management, which is an option to simply automate the process of management of the identity of our user in the organization, starting from joiner, once the identity has been created in an HR system, to the leaver, where the identity has been removed from an HR system, for example. We can provide kind of automation to hold those processes, and simply we can get or treat the HR system as an information feed, and based on the details provided by HR team, we can simply automatically take the details and create the identity on the domain, assign the user to the proper groups, and following this membership, we can then provision the user identity on the target applications level. For example, we can create a new account on the target web application. We can simply add the proper license to this account, and we can assign proper role, depends on the target system type. Now, once the identity has been provisioned, we can control it. I mean, the access will be possible only through the SSO and together with MFA. And of course, once the account will be removed from an HR system or from the AD, we can follow those changes and we can deprovision the license on the target system level. So it will not only make the IT life easier, but also will provide some savings, because simply once the licenses are managed in an automatic way and we do not have any forgotten accounts on the target systems that consume some licenses, simply our license utilization will be more effective and better from a cost standpoint. How those things works, I'm going to show you a little bit later on in a demo. So let's start from adaptive multi-factor authentication and MFA in general. As I mentioned, we can provide MFA for multiple things. For example, authentication to our platform, of course. For example, authentication to the privileged access security solution as well. For example, authentication to MFA, VPN, to VDI, for example, to the desktop as well. And together with EPM, we can even force multi-factor authentication when the user will try to open kind of application on the desktop. Even once the elevation will happen. So it's really amazing one from a security standpoint, as it provides some new things that are fully not supported by the competitors as well. But from a security standpoint, they're really nice, because simply once the user is trying to open some highly sensitive application on the desktop, MFA will be forced. What other things do we have? First of all, the user behavior analytics. So this is the component available on the identity part that tracks the behavior of the user, and based on the behavior and the factors of the connection, like the source IP, like the geolocation, like the time of the connection, like similar stuff. The automatic risk calculation is going to happen, and based on the risk, our system can simply execute the policy. We can create the adaptive multi-factor authentication policy, and based on this real-time risk calculated, we can simply force the user to authenticate with the stronger MFA or not so strong if the connection is trusted. How does it work? Simply, everything relies on the authentication profiles. As you can see, you have full capabilities to build such a profile by your own, and you can then assign this profile to multiple places. You can create such many profiles as needed to follow your requirements. But as you can see on a first glance, you can select here two challenges, first challenge and second challenge, that will provide you the MFA. Those challenges, as you can see as well, contains multiple authentication factors that are split to three different groups. First of all, something you have. Second of all, something you are, and third of all, something you know. Let's start from the last section, something you know. And this is something that you have in your head, like a password, like the security question. So basic stuff from a security standpoint, good to use, but they are pretty far from being perfect. We do have more secure factors and more strongly recommended by third-party companies, but we'll discuss about them a little bit later on. Second of all, something you are. Something you are is related to the mostly biometric authentication, because with FIDO2 authenticators, we can integrate, for example, with Windows Hello or Touch ID, and those things will execute the biometric authentication, so the face recognition or fingerprint scanning and so on and so forth. And by such an integration, we can simply provide one of the factors that will rely on biometric. Something you have contains with multiple things, like the mobile authenticator. This is the application that you can install on your mobile device and use it for authentication. Phone calls, where we can call to your mobile or to your landline and use it. Phone calls, by the way, is pretty nice if the user doesn't have a smartphone or is using kind of the shared desk, because simply we can call to the landline, add some extension, and then once the phone will be picked up, and the user will be authenticated. OAuth OTP client, also related with the mobile application. SMS configuration code. Please note that this is pretty nice. Also, once the user doesn't have a mobile phone, smartphone, but in general, SMSs are not treated as a secure channel, so we are not usually recommending this method. Email confirmation code, QR codes. QR codes are really nice because they are userless and passwordless method. And that's simply user can use for authentication purposes. I will show you how does it work later on as well. And FIDO2 authenticators, well, where we can integrate with multiple solutions that support FIDO2, like the hardware tokens, like the YubiKeys and similar ones, and many, many more. So as you can see, some of those factors are not single factors in general. For example, mobile authenticator. We can protect the application with the PIN or biometric authentication, and once open it, it will be executed. So, for example, such, I don't know, QR code or mobile authenticator can act as a multi-factor authentication in one point, right? So one such a method will be selected as a challenge number 1 and challenge number 2, and then in total you can achieve in one single authentication profile up to 4 challenges. Of course, you can use multiple challenges in the authentication process. So, for example, user that is trying to open the web application can be forced to use 8 factors, for example, to get the access, because it can maybe the sensitive application or something like that. So there is plenty of options. Once the profile has been created, you can use it for your policy. And for example, you can use it for policy that will authenticate the user to the graphical interface of Workforce Identity Portal, or to the application itself. And because once the application has been created, you can simply create also the policy for it. And under the application settings, there is a tab called policy. And here you can assign the default profile. If the default profile will be selected with always allowed setting, then the authentication, the MFA, will be inherited from a main portal. If you will select anything else, like some selected profile, and then during authentication, during access to the Salesforce, my user will be prompted for additional authentication. You can also create the policy. For example, you can add the dynamic rules that will rely on the filters. For example, if the user will connect from Angola, for example, and then the profile will be slightly different than for any other connection. You can, of course, change this condition also to not equal. So, for example, if the country will be not equal to Ukraine, for example, let's select it from the list, then access may not be allowed. For example, there's plenty of options. You can add multiple filters over here, and those filters will be evaluated one by one. And you can add also multiple policies to your configuration, right? Please note that there is plenty of options available on as a filters, like IP addresses, like identity cookie available on the browser, like day of the week, date range, time range, device OS, browser role, country, managed device, and certificate authentication, and also risk level. Risk level is something that I already explained it to you. I mean the UBA feature, user behavior analytics, where you can play with the risks. For example, if the risk is equal to high, the session may not be allowed, for example. And okay, let's make this policy. And if the, for example, risk level is equal to low, we can create the policy where, for example, access always be allowed. So user then will inherit the authentication that user did on the user interface portal. So this is the way how we can configure the system, how we can create role-based policy, and it's really amazing one, because it simply provide automation if we are talking about the security. You don't need to analyze the things manually. The system will do everything for you. Especially the UBA part is really important because as we can see on the customer's environment, they love automation, especially if we are talking about the risk calculation and so such dynamic analytics. Simply this feature will take some responsibility from your shoulders and will do the things automatically. Guys, the question for you, do you have any questions, comments to the multi-factor authentication, or this part is clear for you and we can proceed? Let me show you also how the QR code authentication works. Okay, let me sign out from the interface. And what I'm doing right now, I open at my mobile, and on the mobile, I open at the application and I selected the QR code authentication. And right now, once I scanned this QR code, I had been seamlessly authenticated to the interface without providing the username, without providing the password. As I mentioned, it's userless and passwordless method. The system, based on the trust relationship and the enrollment that I did to my mobile device, did the authentication in a seamless way. So guys, do you have any questions to MFA, or everything is clear and we can proceed with other things?
I have one question.
Yeah.
Is it now you open adaptive management console, or is something else?
This is yes, this is workforce identity, so old adaptive name of this interface. So yes, you're right, this is the workforce identity user interface, admin interface.
Am I understand correctly? So we can use several web interfaces. So adaptive web interface, Alero web interface, and EPM web interface, and PSM for web interface. So we have at least 4 web consoles to manage CyberArk features.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Please note, probably Bartek will explain a little bit later on what are our plans. But briefly speaking, we are working on consolidation. So there will be one interface called CyberArk Security Platform. And from this interface, you will be able to jump to the sub-modules like BBWA, like the identity, like the EPM. And from those sub-modules, you will be able to create the proper policy like you are doing it right now. I don't think so. We will do the consolidation of interfaces to have one interface to manage everything, because it will create a lot of mess in terms of the management. Probably those interfaces will be standalone like they are now, but we are working on the platform that will consolidate all those interfaces together and will provide some common features like the risk analytics, like the security analytics stuff, and so on.
Sounds great. So we have only 4 interfaces. I have not forgotten about
a little bit more, to be honest.
We don't have PSM for web anymore, so this is the first point, but we have Swiss.
I understood that Roman was talking about PWA. So
no. I mean cloud web interfaces. So not on premise.
Okay.
So we have adaptive, Alero, EPM, and that's all. So we
CIAM. We have also Cloud Entitlements Manager. So this is
yeah.
But CIAM is like the service which you don't need to install anywhere, like virtual machines. It is needed. Is just connecting to your cloud instances and doing analysis what is happening inside from the entitlement perspective.
Yeah, we have also Swiss. We have also DPA that will be available soon. So amount of the SaaS interfaces is growing really rapidly. So, but we will discuss about the details a little bit later on.
Thank you very much.
One more comment maybe here. If you have the interface 12.2, or you see now on the identity part, so the interface will be pretty similar. I mean, there will be
I have updated it 2 days ago.
Yeah, so
it looks great.
Yeah, exactly. So it will be almost in the same way when we put it together. So you will have in one portal group of functionalities like DPA or identity or EPM, etc. You will click in it and you will get to this direct functionality. So this is what you can expect next year to happen.
Nice.
Thank you. Thank you, Roman, for this question. About another questions, anything from your side? If not, one question from my side. If you could just react, there is the option for reactions in Zoom. There is this green yes checkbox or red no if you already use this identity part and MFA and maybe this QR code which Marcin presented. So if you play with it, click green one. If not, click the red one. So we will know how many of you are not only in theory know the identity, but also in practice. So I will just click an example of yes. So if you could just share your feedback, we will appreciate it here. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Artem. Przemek, thanks. Okay, we have 50-50 for now.
Sorry, colleagues, how to check red or green? I cannot find it.
So do you have the web version of Zoom or the application?
Desktop version.
Desktop. So I have on the bottom, like there are the chat, participants, etc., and there are reactions with the face and some.
Oh, yeah.
So you can click it, and there are different comments which you can share. Some ta-da, heart, etc. So now just use this green or red. Okay, so in general, I see like 50-50. It's good and bad. I think we should install it. First point, it should be like mandatory for every customer who is testing PAM. During the PAM POC, we must show the identity. Why? It's not only, it's the portion of the subscription. So if somebody is buying the standard privileged user subscription, they already have this MFA. But what is even more important, we should protect customer environments. And I see in the region around 30 to 40% of customers, they are using CyberArk PAM, and they are not using MFA in front of it. So by showing it, you can say, guys, it's so easy. You don't need to buy anything else. You just install the connector, integrate the Vault with the connector, and you have MFA already set up. So that's why I think, and this is very important functionality. So it's the great option to start the MFA project on the customer side. If we do it, even if you have the old-fashioned PAM POC or project, when you install this MFA, you say take a look, it's so easy to integrate it. And in many cases, by installing this for PAM, we say, okay, so you can play with it not only for technical people, but also for business people. And you can check another portals or MFA to the workstation and many other things. So it's a very natural way how you can expand the project to the bigger one. Good, thank you very much for this confirmation about MFA. So if there are no additional questions, I think, Marcin, we can move forward.
Yeah, just summarizing, the easiest way to integrate the Vault with the MFA, I mean with the adaptive MFA, is through the SAM protocol, and you can use both modes or both modes of SAM, IDP initiated and SP initiated. For the user with the SP initiated mode, there will be no changes almost, because simply user will connect through the browser to the PVWA directly, and then on the background PVWA will redirect the user to the identity and will allow the user to follow with multi-factor. And with this method, you can use any multi-factor and MFA factors that are available on the adaptive identity part. Okay, let's continue then. If there is no more questions, let's move to the SSO feature. As we mentioned, SSO is a functionality that allows you to provide to the user a single interface where the user will see the list of the target web applications available for him or her. And on the background, those applications will rely on a seamless authentication protocols, access protocols like SAM, like with WSFET and similar ones to make the life of the user simpler. So how it can work from a user experience standpoint. Here I have been authenticated with the MFA, and once authenticated, I do see a list of my applications that I can simply use for my day-by-day activities. And this list can be simply provided dynamically. It means that based on the role of the user in the organization and based on his or her LDAP group membership, user will see or doesn't see the application. Also, we can provide the user permissions to manage the private applications. For example, if the user is allowed to do so, user can click simply add application button, and then from the list of available applications, user will be able to select the private application to be used, and after that, user will be able to provide the credentials for authentication, like the username and the password. Also, what I would like to show you, we do have a new feature available starting from 2 weeks from now, where user is able to make the private application credentials sharing. It means that once the user created a private application and added some private credentials to it, user will be able simply to add some cooperators. For example, user will be able to select additional user and will be able to make the definition what this user will be able to do with this application. For example, only use, view the credentials, edit the credentials, and what is the time frame for such access. Once this conditional access will be provided, my newly invited user will see this application on the list of his applications. So this is the credential application sharing feature, which is available right now for the users, and simply you can use it. We do have also the feature where the user will be able or is able to store this private credentials in a vault. So if you have a past customer where the on-prem vault has been installed, you can integrate it with the identity part, and every single time when the user simply will add the new private application and will store those private credentials in this web application, all the credentials will be stored seamlessly in the on-prem vault. So this is a feature that is up and running right now. You can use it, but please note that this feature credential sharing is not yet available once the credentials are stored in an on-prem vault. This sharing tab is available only once the credential for this business app are stored in a cloud SaaS site. Yeah, Roman? You wanted to ask about something?
Is it works only for browser-based access to the application?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Is it works only for the browser-based access to the application, like the box? Maybe we can manage it with some application access.
Let's split the answer to two things. First of all, the usage of the system to store the credentials for the applications, and second of all, usage of the system to provide the easy way to get to the target application, right? If we are talking about the second thing, this is only for web applications, because once the user will click this application, let me define some credentials. Then the plugin that user has on the browser will inject those credentials to the web session and will make the session from authentication standpoint seamless. I know that plugin-based authentication is pretty far from being perfect, because everything is happening on the browser of the user. So if you have a skillful user that knows how to use developer tools or Fiddler, those credentials can be simply cached by the user. but from a user experience standpoint, this action will happen automatically, right? There is no need to no action required from the user side. User need to provide the credential only once, and then the plugin will do the job from an injecting standpoint for him. If we are talking about the first aspect, I mean storing the credentials of the application in our system, right now it only works for the web applications, but in Q1 2022 there will be new feature, if I'm not mistaken, in February, where you will be able to store any application on the system level. It means that you will be able to store the, for example, credentials to the Wi-Fi, to the some network shares and similar stuff. It will not be available for the web applications only. Right now, it's only for web applications, but in February, it will be for everything.
So like we will be able to store a Dropbox password for browser-based access and for synchronization client.
Yeah. Because how does it work right now? Right now, here, it can be only protocol understood by the browser. You can't simply remove this HTTPS part and then store only the word Dropbox as an address. It's not possible from a technical standpoint, but we will change this behavior in February 2022. But also one star, what I said, it will be available only for the credentials stored in our SaaS. If we are talking about the credentials stored in on-prem vault, it's also on the roadmap to provide an option to store everything, not only the web applications, but it will be later than February, probably H1 2022, but it's not a commitment.
So we will need to use EPM with identity to use it, yeah? Or it will be without EPM. So how it will be work? So how adaptive will insert credentials to Dropbox synchronization client?
So let me show you the workflow. So okay, how does it work? Once the user is providing the credentials right now, maybe let's do the following. How does it work for a web credentials right now? Once the user is storing the credentials on an identity part, the identity part, the plugin connects to the identity connector installed in your on-prem environment, and through the API put the credentials to the vault. Yeah, we are using PBWA API, and this is the way. How does it work? Simply, we are not able to rotate those credentials, so CPM usage is not an option for those credentials. We can only use those credentials for the access. So every single time when the user will try to create the session that relies on those credentials that we are storing on-prem vault, simply the plugin on the browser will connect to the connector, and connector through the API will fetch those credentials from the vault and will inject those credentials to the browser. That's all. There is no need to use EPM or any other agent-based solution on the endpoint and so on. Once we are talking about non-web application, honestly, I don't know how it will work technically, but for sure there will be not an option to rotate those credentials on a vault site with the CPM, and probably the system will act only as a secure storage for the credentials. So there will be not an option to simply inject those credentials seamlessly to the Dropbox the Dropbox FAT client or any other FAT application. Simply user will only have the vault available as a secure storage to simply save the credentials and fetch them once needed.
There is, Roman, one point very important which you mentioned about the integration between EPM and identity module. If we have time today, I will show it to you. That when defining the policy for EPM for application launch or application elevated launch, so instead of just having notification, are you sure you would like to launch this application with elevated rights? or without EPM to have user access control where you just type username and password, which is, we know it's risky because of keylogger or something like that. So now what you can do is to enforce MFA. So if you run an editor of the registry, for example, as administrator, there will be notification, MFA yourself, authenticate yourself, yeah, by using push to mobile device or something like that. So this is something already available. So you can, in the EPM, you can assign the policy to integrate with this identity module for multi-factor purposes, not to authenticate only in the operating system, but for specific functionalities to run effectively.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bartek. So let's discuss, let's finalize the discussion about the SSO. I has been authenticated to the identity as a Marcin 1, and this user has 4 applications available. As you can see, those applications have some additional shield on the icon. This means that they are protected by Swiss module as well. What is Swiss? We will discuss a little bit later on. Let's skip this information right now. And what can we do? Simply, we can click this application and open it as a new tab on my browsers. Okay, Swiss is doing the action. So let's try to forget that you've seen this tab, because I will explain later on what's the Swiss. But I have it open to my Salesforce. And as you can see right now, I'm in the Salesforce without the need to authenticate, without the need to providing anything. Everything happened seamlessly. For the Salesforce, I'm using the SAM protocol for authentication. Here we have the second application, GitHub. And for the GitHub, the situation is slightly different because this application contains the username and the password, the credentials that has been created by the administrator, and the administrator shared with me as a user and this application without permissions to see the credentials. So I can simply click the icon of my application, and the plugin on the browser will simply fetch the credentials from a identity repository and will fetch those credentials to my browser, and the session will be securely established to the GitHub. So this is super effective and super easy to be used, and will be really nice for social medias and other similar application where the user must to share the credentials, and we would like to protect them somehow. So this is also pretty nice. So guys, any questions to the SSO part, or you are good to go further? Okay, I don't hear any questions, but you are not shy, as Roman showed. If anyone else will have any questions in the meantime, please simply raise your hand or unmute yourself and interact with us.
Maybe one more comment here about the POC again, because I think we should know how to show it during the POC. So very easy use case, if you have POC of EPM, POC of PAM, POC of anything, you can provide that instead of having username and password to EPM, you can easily integrate EPM with the SSO portal, or PAM to the SSO portal by using SAM. So then you can just show 2 products instead of 1 during the POC, and it takes you like 10 minutes to do it. So it's not a hard topic.
Yeah, fully agree. Thank you, Bartek. So what is more? The natural extension of SSO is identity lifecycle management, because once the application is available for the user with the seamless protocol, like the SAM, as we mentioned, its natural extension for IT to automate the process of life of our user in the target application standpoint. As we discussed, we can integrate the system with multiple things, like the HR system, first of all, and based on this integration, we can automate the process of creation of the account on the AD, for example. And also we can create something called outbound provisioning, where we can configure the system to automate the process of provisioning user identity on the target system level. I'm going to show you right now how does it work for the the Salesforce because I did such an integration in my lab. So let me create the new identity in my environment. Let me show you my lab. And for example, let me copy Bartoszka 007 identity and let me do the new account on my domain, Marcin 007. Logon will be the same kind of password. Okay, next, finish. And let me make some email address as an attribute available for this user, cyber.com. And that's all. So new identity on my domain has been created. So let me now authenticate with this user. Let's maybe use this interface. First of all, we are on the Salesforce as a Marcin 1 here. So we can use the Salesforce interface to search for some objects. Typo. As you can see, there is no identity Marcin 007. So let me right now simply connect as Marcin 007 to our identity, workforce identity interface, and then to the Salesforce. And on the fly, the identity on the Salesforce should be created for me. Whoa. Oh, sorry for that.
Isn't it Bartoszka 007? Do you have the?
Give me a second.
You have it. Okay.
Yes, but let me email address account 007. Okay, so let me, maybe I did some typo. Okay. Oh, weird, but it doesn't work. So okay, let me do the short troubleshooting. Member of okay.
How about creating the new user like 008?
We can try Bartoszka 0. This one was for, give me a second, let me copy this one. Okay, the last try.
Maybe the connector is not working.
It should, but it doesn't work. So
looks like the connector may. Can you just stop and start the connector?
Yeah, I wanted to avoid the troubleshooting, but let's try.
Sometimes if I suspend the virtual machines, sometimes I need to restart the connector. I'm not sure why, but
last attempt.
Yeah. And then we can check if in the role, if the filter is working for AD group search. So we'll know if we can fetch data from the domain. Any questions in the meantime?
Let me authenticate as administrator.
It's typical for public demos, actually.
Always, Murphy, you know, Murphy loves us, yeah, so Murphy law is always there.
Let me jump to roles.
Also, what is important if you do the demos, we see a lot of issues if you don't use the Chrome profiles. So if you were like troubleshooting something before the meeting with the customer, etc., and you don't clear the cache or you use the same profile, in many cases there may be some error because of the authentication. So it's good if you do the presentations, the demos, so create different Chrome profiles and use the clean profile when you start the demo. It saves a lot of time and confusions.
You are right, Bartek. It's an issue with my connector. It
So
seems that
not running, right?
Yeah, I'm not able to search for this newly created user on my domain. So yeah, sorry, will not show you this. How does it work? Unfortunately, but what should be the expected behavior? The user, once authenticated, should see the Salesforce as a list, as a available application. And once opened, the integration between the workforce identity and the Salesforce should create the identity for margin 008 on a Salesforce site in the fly. How does it work from a technical standpoint? We do rely on the API calls that are available on the Salesforce. I'm going to show you how the integration looks like. So here is the section for provisioning of the user on the identity side, and here is the way how the integration has been done. So first of all, we have the user and the password for this user, and this user will authenticate all the connectivity to the API. And here we have a client ID, client secret, and token that we are going to use for API calls and all the user verification. So super straightforward to be configured on both sides, the identity and the Salesforce. And once it has been done successfully, and then simply we can create the policy. First of all, how the synchronization of the user will look like. And we do have two options here: the real time and the on demand. So real time will override all the user identities automatically. On demand will do the things manually, and here we do have an option to make a choice what is going to happen once user deprovisioned. For the Salesforce, it's not possible to delete the user in a easy way, so we can only disable the user or freeze the users. For Office 365, there will be also the option to delete the user if needed. And here we have the real policy. So the definition based on what circumstances, what kind of the license and the role on the Salesforce side will be assigned to the user. And here we are relying on the roles. For those of you who doesn't know the roles are the, let's call them groups that we are creating on the identity level. So the role can contain the user, the group of the users, other roles, and the LDAP group, and similar more things. So user role simply is the group of the users. Based on the role membership, we are going to assign the proper license on the Salesforce level with proper role and proper profile. So first of all, let's select some kind of the licenses, like select kind of the role and the profile, and that's all. Once the role created, so once the policy created, if the user belongs to this particular role, the proper license will be connected on the fly once the user create the connection. So what are the things, what is the source of those things? Of course, the Salesforce, because so we are taking those details on from the Salesforce, and it has been done by us once the Salesforce application has been configured by us, and that's simply all. Super straightforward, super easy to be used. If the application is not so elastic for such an integration, and the question is if the application supports scheme protocol. If the answer is yes, we can use it for seamless integration because part of our platform is scheme server. And then if the application is able to work as a scheme client, then we can use scheme for such a provisioning as well. So this is also important information that scheme server is available as part of our SaaS platform. You don't need to install it as it was in the past from the scratch in your on-prem environment. This is super useful and super user-friendly and simply saves a lot of time and the issues. So please remember about that as well. I don't know, guys, do you have any questions to the lifecycle management, or everything is clear and we can proceed?
Can you please show us provision script? What does it mean in this case?
Provision script is a JavaScript that has been written to simply follow those configurations. So for some applications, like the applications that are not covered by us in the application catalog, and you would like to create your custom provisioning definition for such application, probably you will write the provision script and will explain to the application how to use scheme server and so on. So here you have a definition on what exactly should be done on a target system level.
So we can make custom scripts to provision the users in custom web application.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Great. On the web application, yeah?
Yes. In general, I believe that context of your question is answered if we are competitors to the sale point. The answer is no, we are not. We do not position ourselves like a competitor to the competition to the sale point. Everywhere where the customer would like to use the platform to manage the, I don't know, operating systems, to legacy applications and some old school things, the sale point is still the tool that should be used. But if we are talking about modern company that use web applications and similar things, I mean that the target systems for the users are web systems, we do position ourselves like a solution that should be recommended. We truly believe that everything is going to the web. We do see the trend on the market where multiple legacy applications has been rewritten to the web format, and everything is moving to the web consoles. So we believe that the future is in the web, so for sure we will not add the classic IGA features to our system. We do position ourselves like a IDaaS platform with access to that protects access to the web applications.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Bartek, anything that would you like to add?
I think this is a very important point which you mentioned now, that it's about the future. You know how long PAM programs may be, that it may take a year, 2-3 years. For sure, most of us know how long IGA programs can be, like it may be 5-6 years program. So the question now, which we ask the prospects, especially prospects, is if you are thinking now about CIAM or IGA, if you still consider to implement this long-term program for legacy applications, or maybe it's more relevant to focus on the nearest future, like the digital transformation and web movements. So if they choose the legacy, so yeah, then IGA IAM's on-prem install is something reasonable. If not, this is the direction which we can go together. And we will show you later on if customer choose the first option. So we'll show you how we can integrate later on with the SailPoint. Any questions about anything we covered till now? Okay, so I think we can move forward then, Marcin.
Okay, so let's discuss a little bit about new cool things that we provided in the last few weeks or few months. And just to provide you some head ups, maybe some features will be nice for you. Sharing of business application credentials for the end users, we already presented it during the demo, so let's move forward. And the next point, storing the credentials in a vault. What is important in this feature? The important thing is that if you selected to store the private application credentials that user provided in an on-prem vault, then please be aware that on the identity side, we do not know the values of those credentials, because simply once the user provided something on his or her browser, the plugin simply took those credentials and using the private key available on the user application, public key, and the values has been encrypted, and through the identity portal, those encrypted values were sent to the CyberArk identity connector installed on your on-prem resources. Connector knows the private key, so it's able to decrypt the stuff that plugin encrypted, and once the credential decrypted, then through the API will be injected to the PVWA. Once the plugin is trying to retrieve the credentials from the on-prem vault, the workflow will be opposite. It means that the plugin will request for the credentials. The credentials will be fetched by the connector from the PVWA and will be encrypted by the public key. And the public key will provide a sufficient level of the encryption, and the traffic will be passed through the identity part and delivered to the plugin. Then plugin knows the private key and will be able to decrypt the stuff. So for the customers that want to store the business application credentials in an on-prem vault, we do provide the simply nice workflow that guarantee the data security in terms of our identity platform in transit, of course, because simply, as I said, we are not processing the clear text credentials on our identity SaaS platform because everything is encrypted or on the connector side or on the plugin side. So once the user is registered, the pair of the keys is generated, the private and the public one, and is shared between the connector and the plugin of the user. So this is the way how does it work. Next point, you can use the custom URL domains for your identity tenant. So if needed, the customer can register his own domain and we can use it instead of something generic. So this is also pretty nice for some use cases. The next point, you can use the certificate authentication method to provide stronger MFA. And this certificate authentication method can be used on our agent side. So you can install the application as Slim client on the workstations, and these clients will be responsible for, first of all, management of the certificate used for authentication, second of all, for verification of the certificate, and simply our system will act as a CA for those certificates. So on our portal level, you will be able to generate the certificates, issue the certificates, revoke the certificates, and similar stuff characteristic to the CA activities, and nothing more, to be honest. So nice thing available out of the box on our platform. Authentication for desktops. So if customer doesn't have a smartphone or user doesn't have a smartphone and would like to use strong MFA, we do have OTP application available for the desktops for macOS and the Windows machines, and simply once installed, user will be able to sign in with his credentials to this application, and then OTP can be generated by the application, desktop application, simply, as you can see on this movie. So super straightforward. Application, of course, will be protected by the PIN, just to avoid any malicious attempts of opening it. And simply with this one, even without the smartphone, strong MFA will be possible to be achieved. The next thing, the scheme interface, as I mentioned, we do have the scheme server available as part of our SaaS platform. So the scheme client can be used to simply manage the target applications, or target application can act as a scheme client. Here I do have an example of usage. Usage IGA solution like SailPoint to manage self-hosted PAM. How does it work? So here we have a scheme server, and that is going to use two interfaces, scheme endpoint and scheme PAM endpoint, and depends on the interface. Different requests will be used by the IGA solution that will act as a scheme client. For example, to manage users and the groups, scheme endpoint interface will be used, and then through the PVW API, and the connection will be done, and simply proper group, proper user will be created, or user will be assigned to the proper group. So this is the way how the integration works. Right now, we do support both Privilege Cloud and PAM PaaS self-hosted solutions to be managed on this way. And example of the integration with the SailPoint, where the SailPool can simply act as a identity management tool for all the identities, where here the new container, the new safe will be created, and simply, for example, the definition has been done on the SailPoint level, and once done, you will see that new safe has been created on a PAM. Right, you can see demo safe here, and backing to the SailPoint, once safe has been created, you can assign the membership of this safe. You can add proper permissions to the user, and once configured, and the second interface on a scheme server will be used to create the REST API call to the PVWA. And once done, you will see that on a demo safe side, the new member Shiran has been created with additional permissions. So this is the way how the integration may work, where the scheme client in this particular example, SailPoint, is used to manage the objects on the vault side. Any question, guys? Okay, there are no questions. So let's discuss about two more things, that is CIAM and the roadmap a little bit. So the CIAM part. Customer IAM is a solution where simply you can provide, for example, multi-factor authentication for your customers. So let's assume that we do have a bank, and this bank already developed kind of the application, and this application is used for by the customers, right? So we can provide to this bank option to seamlessly integrate their application with our system, and provide, for example, QR code authentication on top of it. So every time when the customer will authenticate to the bank, there will be smart redirection where the user customer will be asked for QR code authentication, and this application developed by the bank will be able to be used to scan the QR code and proceed with the authentication. The integration can be done with the SDKs, because we developed two SDKs for iOS and for Android, and those SDKs provide us smart options to simply make such an integration possible. So please note that such an option exists. Also, we can provide some integration with the identity verification solution like Ekata, and simply if you have for example, some e-commerce customer, and this customer is facing with multiple registrations of the customers really frequently, we can simply verify the identity by a third-party system like Ekata. And how the system works? Simply, once the user will register himself, our solution will wait for the response of Ekata. And Ekata will verify the history of the email, history of the phone number, history of the username, and similar stuff. And based on the big data analysis and machine learning will provide us the verdict with the information that this is activity done by the bot or this is a legitimate user that can be allowed. So this is really a nice one for example, e-commerce customers. I don't know, guys, do you have any questions to it? Do you see the need of CIAM-based features on the market, or this is something that is pretty new and you haven't heard about it yet? Bartek, any hints from your side?
No, just the question, Alex, Yuri, maybe some feedback from your side also, not only for partners, but from the distributor standpoint. Do you see such projects already? I'm asking because in Poland, we have like 2 or 3 now, customers interested in such functionality of customer MFA. So I think it may be also something reasonable to think about.
Yes, we can see some interest from banks, mainly from banks, to securely authenticate the customers and to avoid any kind of fraud. But basically, historically, they are looking at the anti-fraud solutions to solve this problem.
And how do they deliver the MFA to the customers? By using application MFA?
I think nobody proposed to them to think about different approach.
I think it may be a kind of the greenfield now. So
yeah, maybe because in anti-fraud it's quite a complex and heavy system with a lot of false positives and so on. If it is simpler than anti-fraud, why not?
Cool.
Yeah, let's make the discussion offline, because I think that as it seems to be a greenfield, so maybe it's a good idea to try to do some activities on this field. But let's take it offline.
Good. So
the last.
No, before we move to the roadmap, so I would like to stop the recording for a second. Data leakage, thank you. But before we do so, let me share the screen for a second, Marcin, if possible.
Yeah, of course. Let me stop sharing then.
Just bear with me. I will share the second screen. So I would like to show you one more demo related to identity security. So we've done together with Marcin on last, we had a big conference, AT Summit. It was last week, Marcin? I think so.
Yeah, last week, exactly.
We've done I think the very cool demo, which we should all present to the customers and prospects. Something very straightforward. So if I have the new employee, as Marcin mentioned, related to lifecycle management, so I created just like 3 minutes ago, user Bartosz case 03 or whatever. So what you can present easily to the customer is the process of enrollment. Like if we have this user, so first time he or she is logging to the portal, it may be single factor, like using LDAP password, which we set up in the domain. I have an access to my environment. If I would click Salesforce, this new identity is created in Salesforce. I think it's straightforward. The question is how this user quickly can be enforced to use MFA. So he could go to account and set some basic things like security question, PIN, etc. But he could go to the devices in the same time. I think I was able to do this. Yeah. So I have this. I have installed in my mobile device the application. Let me just check if. I need to. Just give me a second. It's always about the screen mirroring. It's not the easiest one, especially if we have some security features. We are using the Splashtop application in CyberArk, which is secure. We are using MFA to get to it, but sometimes it takes time. This is the disadvantage of it, but it should be there now. So my session is connected. I'm starting the emission. And now we should see, yeah, cool, it is there. Okay, so when I logged on first time to the portal, you can install the mobile application, which is the CyberArk identity. And instead of using sign in, MFA, whatever, you can click here on the bottom. You have this enroll with QR code. So you can just click it. Yeah, I want to use the camera. Yep. I'm scanning the QR code. And what is happening, there is the automatic enrollment done. So wait for it. Yeah, we are enrolling it. Enroll, and we are in. So I can confirm my location if needed. And basically that's it. So now we can close this window. Let's refresh the screen or reload the writes. You see my new mobile application has been enrolled. So you can get inside, check what is happening from the battery standpoint, storage, whatever, activities, device applications, etc. And now when we sign out, let's go back to this application. So either you can use some factors of that authentication like username, password, mobile application, push, etc. So let's use this QR code scan again. Where are we? Yeah, it's now available. And we are in. So it's so simple. It took like 30 seconds. Yeah, very nice use case of modern MFA, because in front is QR code, but in the opposite side it may be the biometric scan, and we are in the portal. So something we would highly recommend to use on the demos. So you can first do this MFA quickly, and secondly use this lifecycle management. So if you click to the Salesforce, this new identity is automatically provisioned. Sorry, Martin, for stopping you. I think it's the good time to go to the roadmap. If there are no questions, of course, about anything we touched until now.
Yeah, thank you for that. I use this time to restart my connector machine, and it helps. Yeah. So I will present the. Yeah, I will start with the provisioning. Then. So once again, on my cell, can you see my screen, by the way?
Yes, we can.
That's great. So as you can see on the Salesforce side, there is no user Martin 008. So let's authenticate to our identity platform with this user. So Martin 008 at cyber.com, and the password CyberArk1, highly sensitive. And as you can see, I have been authenticated. I will log into my plugin as well, and the Salesforce application is available. So I can click on it. Let's assume that you don't see the Swiss because we haven't discussed about it yet. But I was too fast. Once said that it's working.
So what usually is it? The profile again. If you're logged out.
Sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, this is the Chrome profile. It's
not really, not a Chrome profile, but I forgot to add this user to the Salesforce application.
That's why it's a group instead of named user.
Yeah. Okay. In a panic mode, I copied the second user, as you remember, which was not part of the group. So this is probably the reason. So let me start the connection once again. And right now the Salesforce sessions should be created successfully. No, it's weird. Okay, let's do short troubleshooting. There is no provisioning. Okay. Sorry for that, guys. I thought it will work, but it doesn't. So let's skip this part.
Murphy loves us.
Yeah, exactly. The last attempt with the reload rights feature.
Is it in the different profile of the
yeah.
browser? Okay.
It is. No, it doesn't work. Murphy law. Yeah. So sorry for that. If you could turn off the recording,
And the question, Marcin just opened the question from the priority side. Wouldn't it be reasonable to do the Swiss part now? And then to go to the roadmap? What do you think about it? Is it okay or?
Yeah, I don't have anything against, so we can do
I think,
so.
I think the Swiss for today.
Swiss is secure web sessions.
Yes.
Yeah. You are right, Bartek. So let's do the Swiss right now, and it will be recorded, and
Yes.
then we will off the recording, and we will cover the roadmap and DPA.
I think from the updates and priorities for today, I think is one of the most important topics we'd like to cover. So I think it would be good when the minds are still fresh. So it would be good to do it in the beginning of the session.
Yeah. So
sorry for challenge, Marcin. But
no worries, no worries.
I know you're ready for it.
It seems to. I'm trying to at least. Okay. So, guys, just to not bother you with the presentation, short intro: what is Swiss and what kind of the challenges Swiss is trying to address. So, first of all, the visibility under the web applications is pretty far from being perfect usually, especially once we are talking about the SaaS applications. There are many examples where simply some things are not available. For example, if we are talking about the Salesforce, let me open the for example, kind of user. Where is my test user? Okay, I do have test 004 user. Let me go to the setup, to the classic mode. Okay, and let me do it on the second screen without the recording, because I do have multiple users there. To avoid data leakage.
The third time today.
Yeah, and not the last time, I suppose. Okay. Let me show you the user. Here I have a user, and let me modify the last name of this user. From test 07 to test 08. And what is the fact? The fact is that I did it, and it's allowed from a simple Salesforce interface. But if I will try to investigate who did such a change in an audit trail, as you can see, there is no information. Oh, my users were created. That's surprising. So the provisioning worked properly. So this is the confirmation. But on the logs, you do not see the information that test 007 last name has been changed to T008. Of course, Salesforce provide the option to investigate who did such a changes, but you need to involve some investigation team on the Salesforce side. You need to open the ticket and you need to pay for it. So it's the forensic analysis that is available as a service on a SailPoint standpoint. So as a simple SailPoint administrator, you are not able to track such a changes. So visibility under the web applications is really challenge. And as I mentioned, not all of the applications provide the proper visibility. And also, as a security engineers, sometimes for some business applications, we need to do the things centrally. And we need to control the changes on the application side from a central location. For example, the accounting application, the bank side, or something like that, CRM, where you can simply modify the bank account number and the invoice will be paid for someone else instead of the legitimate company, right? So visibility is the key. The answer to those things, to those challenges, is our Swiss component. Swiss component is an additional module, and that is extension for our SSO. So any application that you configured for SSO that is available for your users can be protected by the Swiss. And what is the Swiss and what does it provide? Swiss provides three basic features. First of all, the recording of the activity and audit trails. So all the actions that user did during such a session will be under monitoring, and all the steps that he or she did will be recorded. And this is kind of the audit trail. So recording and audit trail will be done in two ways. First of all, for every single step that user did, there will be a print screen collected by the plugin installed on the user browser. And also, second of all, the metadata from the DOM object will be collected and simply sent to our system to be used for the indexing purposes. So both things, as I said, will be done on the browser side. There is no man in the middle approach. There is no software or our system in the middle between the user browser and the target system. So we keep the user experience as it was without our solution, right? Because as I mentioned, everything will be done on the browser side by the plugin installed on the browser. Second of all, continuous authentication. What is the feature about? This feature is about the protection of the sessions to not being left alone. What does it mean? Let's assume that I authenticated myself to some kind of the sensitive web session, and let's assume that I left the session. I mean that I took my mobile and I went away from a PC. Such a session has been left unattended. So we want to protect against such a situation, and simply application that a user has on the mobile can verify or can analyze if the mobile is in the same position that it was once the session has been authenticated. So if the application will discover that the mobile is on the move, for example, by the step counter or in the future by the GPS, then the session will be locked out and the user will be asked simply to authenticate, because we discovered that the simple user is not in the same position that he or she was in the beginning of the session. And the last but not least, session protection, which means that we will be able.
Marcin, sorry, Marcin. So it's not simply some idle timeout based tracking, it's GPS based, so we track user based on location.
Not yet GPS, to be honest. GPS tracking is on the roadmap. Right now we are basing on a step counter that is available on the mobile device, and simply once the counter is increasing, it means that the mobile is on the way, and simply the user took the mobile and left the desk, and then the session will be logged off.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And but please note that this feature is not yet available. It should be available in this queue. So it's really a short roadmap, but still it's not an option to be used, but it will be soon. And the last but not least, protection of the sessions, where we will be able to isolate the session on the browser. I mean, the session will be isolated on the tab where the session has been opened, and simply we will be able to block the usage of the clipboard and ability to download or upload the files from the application and to application. And also together with the EPM, we will be able to isolate the process of the application on the operating system level. Session protection also is not yet available as a GA. It should be available in this queue as well. So it's really a short roadmap, and we're working heavily to make it happen. I don't know, guys, do you have any questions to this theory, or this is the time to jump to the demo? So let's jump to the demo. Let's close this session as it was recorded as well. So first of all, let me maybe show you how to activate the secure web session module. It's super straightforward, because the only thing that you need to do is to check this box on the application that you would like to cover. As I mentioned, this is the extension to our SSO. So First of all, the application must be visible on the list of the applications, and then you will see the additional tab on the browser on the interface secure web session, where you can simply check this box on and you can turn on for this application. Answering the future questions that probably you will arise if this module will work with third-party SSOs, not directly, because this module can work only with the CyberArk identity, but you can rely on IDP delegations, and simply you can on the Okta or other IDP and delegate the application to be used through our SSO. So on the background, the user will see the proper icon on the Okta side, and once open it, the redirection will happen to our identity, and user will be able to open this application from our IDP. So this is the way how it may works. If the user is a customer of our IDP, and this is super nice, and the integration is super straightforward, as I mentioned, because both solutions are software as a service, are available under the same platform. So the configuration on the identity side, it's only this checkbox that need to be selected. Once selected on the SVS console, you will see the new application. Let me authenticate there. Okay. You will see the new application. Actually, I do have 3 applications configured for recordings: Facebook, GitHub, and Salesforce. And there will be new application once you turn on the protection by SWS on the identity. And for every single application, you can create its own policy. So first of all, you have a members tab where you can simply edit default settings and select which of those protections that the security layers will be assigned as a default one, or you can define the connections, define the policy manually. Here you will see the list of the users that are assigned in the permissions of the identity part, right? So no need to search for the users manually, because everything will be synchronized between the identity and the SWS. To edit the policy for selected users, simply click the edit button and select the protection layer that it's under your interest. So super straightforward, super easy to be achieved, and that's all, to be honest. Under the advanced configuration, there is an option to use dynamic URLs. Usually we will keep it as a default, so no need to explain more. And also on the member side, please note that here you have a summary, right? Just to simply see what are the settings and what are the controls assigned to this application. What are the results of those configurations? So let me authenticate once again as a user. Okay. And as you can see, during the session creation, the new pop-up will be visible. So secure web session is validating the security layers required to access this application. You can of course skip this prompt for 7 days if needed, but in general, by this way, you will be informed what kind of the security layers are happening. And here you have information that the step recording is on the way. Yeah, this time it was a cookie, I believe. So let me sign out from here. Gregory, give us please 5 minutes and we will do the break after that, okay? If not, it's not a problem. Okay, once authenticated. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to authenticate to the
wrong environment.
No, the environment is correct, but to the admin interface where my user is not authorized because this is the user. Okay. Okay, here is the information that the step recording is on okay, I think that I need to
Can
cloud.
you create a new profile of the Chrome and check if it will work?
I can. Okay, let me try because this browser has been closed. So that
or yeah, just maybe exactly close and open the browser. Usually some cached cookie or
yeah, cookies are the nightmares. Okay. Yeah, it's better now. As you can see, the session is up and running. Let me edit the same user that we did in the past, and I'm going to do so on a second screen. So let me just type edit. Okay, this is my user, and let's replace test 09 to test 08 to test 09, and let's save the changes. As we discussed, it will be not visible on the Salesforce audit trails that such a change happened. So let me simply close the session and let me open the recordings on the SWS side. Authentication is needed to decrypt the recordings. Okay. Okay. So as you can see here, we do have all the sessions that happened in the past. Okay, and we can use the action searching button, and we can type the metadata that we are searching for. And as you can see, this is the correct session where the change happened. And this is the point where the user modified the test 09 to test 08 to test 09 value of the last name of the user. So as we discussed, we took two values as an audit trail. First of all, the print screen, and we marked the place where the change happened. And second of all, we collected the object from the DOM and simply the values of the changes that the user provided. So what is important thing to notice and remember that all those things has been done by the plugin on the browser. Of course, there is a list of the browsers that we are able to support with this plugin. And please be informed that right now in the current version, only the Chrome is a supported browser. In the close future, we are going to extend the list of the supported browsers because the plugin has been created to the Chromium project. So in close future, there will be a support for Edge, for Opera, for Safari, and few more. But right now, in current version of the Swiss, only the Chrome is a supported browser. Please also note that all the things are happening on the client browser, and the print screens as well. And then the print screens are uploaded to the SWS SaaS environment, so it can create a little bit of traffic between the browser and the SaaS solution, but this is not a heavy traffic. So So it shouldn't be an issue usually. What is also worth to remember that currently for one user, we can store up to 2,000 of events. So 2,000 of different print screens related to different activities that user did. Is it many or not? I think that it's not, because as you can see, I did 80 different activities during this short session. So it can happen that during one session, user will do the thousands of different activities. So please note that all their events will be removed and replaced by the newer ones. If you want to extend the this limitation, I mean 2,000 events per user, and there will be additional SKU available. So those are the important things. I don't know, guys, do you have any questions? Maybe also information what kind of the applications are supported? Everything that is able to be added as an application for our SSO. So SAML applications, WS-Fed application, password-based application, doesn't matter, to be honest. Everything that is supported by the SSO and has been added to SSO can be protected by the SWS as well. And also please remember that this is the solution that has been written, has been created with the mindset of privacy first. It means that as a CyberArk, we do not have access to the recordings, and because every single recording is encrypted, and the private key needed for the decryption is under the customer or application that customer has management. So there is no way for us to decrypt the recordings. As you saw, to get to the recording tab, I was forced to scan the QR code, and it was for decryption purposes. So I provided by this way the private key for the decryption, and this is the way how the system delivered to me those information that you can see right now on the screen. Any question, guys?
I don't hear any, so let's maybe do 10-minute break. I think maybe reasonable now.
I would recommend 9.
9.
I love equal hours and equal numbers, so 11:15.
12 in Ukraine. Then let's meet again, and we'll go to the product updates from the roadmap perspective. So we'll show you some interesting information for the next year. Then we will talk about how to differentiate between the VPAM, or previously called Alero, and identity, not only from like the formal part, but in the interface when to use what. I will also show you the new functionality of offline access, so that you don't need to use PrivateArk anymore to get the offline access to your secrets. And then we will go in the more program perspective related to blueprints. So let's make a break now, and let's meet at 12:15. So see you soon. Okay. So just to summarize it, we can use this licensing update presentation just to summarize what we've talked about. And let me just also open one more document, which we will share with you. It is available in here. Good. So from licensing standpoint, we have for the privileged people, so the blue part of the portfolio for privileged access, we have 2 main licenses which we should use, is for internal users and external users. So it's like internal from the pass perspective is old the internal pass user, old core pass user, plus additionally we add MFA, SSO, and remote access. So just for you to have the, from the licensing perspective, there is the document, product offering sales playbook, which we should use. And there is first, of course, our portfolio with the nice naming updates. So we have different product families. For blue part is PAM, VPAM, CIAM, and EPM. In access, the product family is workforce identity and customer identity. And on the green side, so secrets management is just basically the product families named the secrets manager. And inside, you will have first new namings. So in the PAM, we have either the privilege cloud. So it's when the vault is hosted on our site and the PVWA is hosted in our cloud environment, and customer is installing just the connectors in the environment. Or the opposite name is the privilege on-premise. So it's when we install the full infrastructure in on-prem. The product name inside in the privilege is remote access manager, CIAM, and EPM for workstations or servers. It's straightforward. In the access side, yeah, there is a lot of names like application gateway EPM, but there are some nice bundles available. And on the greenfield side, we have still Conjure, Enterprise, and we have different credential providers. So I will send it to you. I don't want to describe everything now, but you will have matching from old names to new names of the products. It's something very important to update the naming convention. But then you have the description from the privilege side. You have the description of privilege internal user and external user. Who is it and what is the difference when we talk about the workforce? So non-technical person, but more related to finance, sales, general business. In the standard privilege user, we have like full functional PAM subscription with, of course, isolation, session, recording, monitoring, CPM, etc. There is threat analytic and detection, so PTA, but without the advanced control and protection. There is the third-party remote access through identity, but by using the remote access connector of VPAM. So this is what Marcin presented on the previous session. We have the adaptive multi-factor authentication SSO already in the standard privilege user license. And there is the ability to manage local admin credentials on the endpoints, so functionality called loosely connected devices. Marcin, you want to add something about the LCD from your experience here, which we figured out last time?
No. So in general, what is the issue? Because we do have multiple customers who bought our solutions in the past. For example, some customers that still use the perpetual licenses of the past. And one thing that is really important, LCD is available for these customers, but not as a software as a service. I mean, for the perpetual customers who bought solution in the past, you can't provide EPM as a SaaS because simply the SaaS offering is not included in the perpetual licenses. So this is the story. That's
why now it's one of the arguments why we don't propose the perpetual licenses anymore. You know that it's almost a year when we move to the subscription licensing instead of perpetual licenses. And yeah, this is one of the points. In the backend, there are several such points, and we should always propose the subscription. If there is one project, like when it's really mandatory to use the license instead of subscription, you can ask AEs if it will be available, but it's very hard now for us to gather the approval for the perpetual licenses. But also from the technical standpoint, it really makes sense. As you see, there is a lot of bundles inside in the subscription, so it really makes sense. So this is about the standard user. The next one is the external vendor. It's available here. So you have the old, it was called the external user license, then it was called PSM only user license. Now it's again the external user. And keep in mind what is on the right side is from February and is not relevant anymore. So external users, it was said that can't retrieve, copy, or paste passwords. Now they can, because the offline access to work effectively, we need to have these permissions to show and copy the password. So now it's not relevant anymore. So people can external user credentials may be vaulted, shared, managed credentials, we manage SSH keys. There is the automatic session isolation, so fully capable the PAM. We have additionally the VPN-less remote access, so VPAM, or previously called Alero, is also there. The just-in-time access and PTA is also there, but PTA only for on-premises, because the PTA for the P cloud is not there yet. And again, unofficially, we are working on the next generation PTA for the privileged cloud capabilities. For the workforce user, so let's jump to the next slide. For the workforce user, we have this workforce standard subscription where there is MFA and SSO is inside, and this again per user. So if we go here, so you have more detailed description that there is the MFA, SSO, you have the endpoint authentication. So workforce user can install the agent on the endpoint and authenticate securely to the workstation, to the macOS workstation or Windows workstation. They may use the plugin for autofill, what was also presented by Marcin in the GitHub, that if you click GitHub, plugin can fetch the secret from the vault and inject it automatically in the browser specific fields. And also for these people, there is this personal credential vaulting capability. So if the person will create the application in the portal, or they may use this land and catch functionality, that if you go to Gmail, if you fill first time the credentials, the plugin can send you the question, would you like to add this application and credentials to the portal? If you will choose yes, the application will be automatically created and the credentials will be automatically stored either in the cloud or in the on-prem vault in customer environment. So these capabilities are available, but keep in mind that sharing for web apps is available now for cloud and will be available pretty soon for the vault in the on-prem environment. Okay, this is it from the licensing of the privileged users. So one more maybe point. Minimum number of privileged user subscriptions that we can sell for new customer is 25. And it may be the mix of internal and external. However, it should be minimum 10 subscriptions for internal users. Still, customers need to use, even if it's the project for only external people. So they will need to use some subscriptions for, administrator of the vault, auditor of the vault, etc. That's why this minimum number for internal users is 10%. Additional subscriptions which are there, which you should be aware of. It's first the SWS, of course, is the additional subscription. And what we figure out that if customer has like 1,000 workforce people, so in most cases, they don't need to buy 1,000 SWS subscriptions. Usually from the priority of the applications, it will be around say 6 up to 10% in average. So we have 10% of people who has this critical business access to the different applications. So only for them, we need to have these additional licenses. Any questions so far about the privilege access licensing or the workforce licensing? In this document, if you go down, you will have different like product codes with the description, what is included in the SKU of the product. Okay, I guess no more questions, so we can move forward to this green part with the secrets manager. So the secrets manager is the name for both static application secrets and dynamic application secrets. And inside we should like keep in mind four options for licensing, for subscriptions. First one for static applications. If you have scripts, administrative scripts like Perl, some PowerShell scripts, etc. If you have IIS, if you have JBoss Tomcat, you buy the subscription for the number of calling systems. So number of applications which require application server credential provider, number of static applications which require the local provider, the credential provider to be installed, number of workstations which require the scripts. So now we make made it more easy to calculate this number because we don't differentiate between the local provider, ASCP, and the central credential provider. It's much easier to now calculate the numbers. So we just provide, okay, I need to have 500 calling systems. Calling systems means like the operating system IP address, which will be fetching secret from the vault. So it's quite straightforward. Remember, we have different SKUs for CCube Alliance related to ISV security, like vulnerability scanner, asset management, etc. So these cut-off-shelf applications, security applications, where we calculate the number of vulnerability scanners. So always ask if customer has Qualys, Rapid7, Nessus, or something like that. Ask how many scanners, how many nodes they have. Second, SKU is related to RPA security. So all of the robot processing automation tools like UiPath, Blue Prism Automation Anywhere, so on and so forth. So ask about the number of robots. And there is a dedicated SKU for it. And last but not least is related to dynamic applications. So DevSecOps world, where we have Conjure. And with the Conjure, we want to make it as simple as possible, and the basic subscription is per number of data centers and number of cloud regions. So if they are using Azure, AWS, and 2 internal DCs, so ask if they are using 1 region in Azure and AWS. So if yes, it would be like 2 subscriptions plus 2 data centers. So in general, it would be 4. And basically that's it. If customer would like to start with some entry point, some kind of the warm up to the DevOps, there is such starting pack available. But I figured out in last year that it was generating a lot of confusions on customer side. Like, okay, what do you mean by, because there is the limit of CCube integrations with Conjure for CI/CD tools, and it's calculated differently for Terraform, Ansible, Jenkins, etc. So it was very hard to even gather information from customer about the numbers. And the truth is that in many cases, in 1 year, customer would like to do much more than just 5 Kubernetes clusters and 20 CI/CD tools. So that's why still the basic model of subscription is the per data center or per cloud instead of like counting the numbers inside. If you would see for any project that customer has the problem to buy immediately this like unlimited per site, so let us know and we'll find another way how to make it happen. In EPM, in endpoint privilege management, so least privilege on the workstations and servers is very straightforward. We just calculate the number of the workstations and separately number of the servers for EPM. For workstations, by the way, we support now the Windows systems and Mac OS, and soon we want to provide the support for Linux environments. So you will have in the EPM, there will be the elevation policies, application control for Linux, Unix environments. One more point is about the CIAM Cloud Entitlements Manager. I think most of you have seen it already. This is the solution where you get the console, you integrate with the cloud organizations in Azure, AWS, GCP, AKS in the AWS, and you can scan what is happening inside from the permissions perspective, entitlements perspective. There will be the risk console, and you can remediate the problems inside. So you can get into the specific permission issue. You see that Bartek Kryński, for example, is the subscription administrator, or I am the shadow user because I have some strange permission assigned, which makes me to be even the subscription administrator whenever I want, because I can, for example, reset the secret of this subscription administrator. So it will provide you the information with the recommendations what should be mitigated, and you can either mitigate it manually, you can generate the policy fix by the CIAM in the system and you can put it manually, so it will be like semi-manual fix, or you can integrate this solution with CI/CD tool to have the automatic mitigations available. And this is also something which customers start to do. And how we license the cloud entitlements manager, it's straightforward. Again, we calculate the number of instances in the cloud. What means in AWS, we calculate the number of AWS accounts. In Azure is the number of subscriptions, in GCP number of projects, and that's it. And this is also subscription. And I think this is it from the licensing perspective. One more thing which seems to be very important and very significant now. I'm not sure if you still see my screen. If you could just confirm, because something was changed now on my environment. Do you see my screen? Can you please confirm?
Yep.
Cool, thank you. Okay, so one more thing is about the ramp-up deals. Now we will go into the blueprint, so the methodology. In the methodology, we discuss with the prospect or the customer, where are they and where they would like to go with the different stages. So let's assume we are starting new project in Q1, and we define what should be done over there. Like in stage 1, some specific use cases, stage 2, some other specific use cases, stage 3, for example, Conjure with secrets management, etc. And until now, usually it was like in the beginning of every stage, customer needed to like open new POs, so to buy new subscriptions. And sometimes it generated confusion that in the public sector, for example, they needed to open the tender. It took a long time, etc. Second alternative was to buy everything from day one. And we have such huge projects in the region where in day one, customer ordered everything into stage 1, 2, and 3. For us, it was great, but customer was not satisfied that they are not utilizing all of the licenses immediately, but they need a year or 2 years to utilize all of the licenses. So because of that, we created a new way how to provide the licenses, which is called the ramp-up deal. How does it work? It's working perfectly with our blueprint methodology. So let's assume we define these 3 stages. One will start now, second one after half of the year, and third one after 1 year. And customer will order everything now, like all of the subscriptions needed for this like 1.5 or 2 years. There is one PO, but you will have split payments. Like they will pay only for stage 1 now, they will pay for stage 2 after 6 months, and they will pay for stage 3 after 12 months. So it's not only related to payments, but also subscriptions and support will be activated when customer need it. So I think it's win-win for everybody. For customer, because they have like one tender, one project in the beginning, and confirm when they will need what. For you, that you have the PO on the table, and there is the agreement with the customer about the next stages. So it's much easier to plan all of the activities, not only for pre-sales, but especially for post-sales, for all of the implementations. So it's great. Of course, it's not always acceptable by the customer, but we already have at least several big deals in the region where customer love this approach, because they needed to put all of the signature once instead of in every stage to involve the board, the legal team, etc., to make the order happen. So each delivery is invoiced separately, but the PO in the beginning is the one. Important point that you may order these licenses that the minimum buffer is 6 months. So if we start the first stage now, so the next delivery should be minimum 6 months. It's not only for upsells, so you can add additional number of subscriptions, but also cross-sell. So you can mix different products. Like we will start with the pass and identity, then in the stage 2 we'll go to the CIAM, in the stage 3 EPM, so on and so forth. So I recommend to talk about it with prospects and customers in every meeting. I mean, if you are starting the discussion about the pricing, I think this is something very, very significant, which is the feedback in many cases is very positive. Okay, so I think that's it from the licensing update. Any questions, comments so far?
I have a question, Bartosz. You told that you have several, exactly 4 different licenses for application secrets for ARM. And you have separate license for ISV and separate licenses for static applications. Static means applications which are part of your CQ alliance. Yes, am I right?
Give me a second, I'll show it to you. It's here.
Yeah.
So there is a kind of the CQ Alliance license. So what is available on the marketplace, CyberArk marketplace for vulnerability scanners. So all of these cut-off-shelf applications like some discovery tools, etc. So this is the first like subscription, CQ licensing. The second one is CQ RPA, number of robots, because usually this number of robots is much bigger than the vulnerability scanners. The vulnerability scanners, we have usually 5 nodes, 2 nodes, 1 node, and that's it. And in the RPAs, it may be tens or hundreds of robots. So that's why we decided to differentiate them. Then you have the subscription for static applications, home-built, homegrown, like all of the IIS stuff, Apache, WebSphere, WebLogic, etc. So it's not like, it's not COTS, it's not cut-off-shelf, it's not closed application, commercial one which you bought, but it's your homegrown application. And the fourth one is Conjure Enterprise.
Okay,
so
nice.
Dynamic work, yeah.
So the license like ISV security is used not only for vulnerability scanners, but for any other stuff included in CQ Alliance. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you have, I know, a couple of hundreds of
integrations.
They are not only vulnerabilities. Okay, nice, got it. Thanks.
So it's, if you take a look here, you have it described. So it's like app ISV, but not SaaS, of course, if you are using on-prem environment, but you can skip this part. So it's for commercial software where you can buy minimum 5 integration units. So you need to order at least 5 units of it. And the same is for RPA, but there is dedicated like SKU. Yeah, and there is the static license for all of the homegrown apps. Okay, cool. Any other points or questions before we move forward? Or we should do the lunch break now, maybe. What do you think? I need around 1 more hour to talk about blueprint and roadmap planning, questionnaire fulfillment. And I think this is one of the very important parts for all of us, because blueprint is one of the important strategies we use in the region and very effective one. So I would like to do with you a kind of the exercise we will do together. And then I have a couple of like technical updates for you about cooperation with CyberArk, how to do the effective POCs, presentations, etc. So what do you think? Should we do the like 45 minutes of the break now for the lunch?
Let's ask all our audience. Коллеги, что вы думаете? Уходим на перерывчик на 45 минут?
Yep,
да, плюсики пишут. Okay, looks like the majority is for a break.
Okay, so let's agree to meet. Yeah, we can meet at 3 actually. So it's at 2 our time. So it's at 3 Ukrainian time. So let's meet at 3 and we'll continue. It should. I will compress it to do it in 1 hour. I'll do my best.
Okay, Ines. Bartosz, short question. Will you record the blueprint part? Isn't it highly confidential?
Yeah, I will record it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so thank you very much and see you at 3 in
see you at 3.
54 minutes. Thank you. Enjoy the lunchtime. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Okay, I cleaned up the feedback. So can you please let me know if you are back by using either some plus or the reaction, anything else, or unmute yourself? So I would appreciate it. Great, thank you, Konstantin. Thank you, Alexander. Roman, thanks. Okay, so I think we can move forward. Question: do you have any questions or anything which you would like to raise after our previous session? Any doubts, confusions, anything which you would like to discuss? If not, so let me move to another topic. In my opinion, very, very important. One of the most important sales tools which we invented, which is called Blueprint. So just to summarize from the pre-sales activities, what we usually do when we have the new prospect is a kind of the first pitch, first presentation of the solution, probably some live demo, scheduling the next steps. Okay, so the question for you, as a next step after the first pitch and demo, what do you usually do? If you could just...
Everything depends on customers' needs.
Okay.
So we try to show, we want customer to get the basic idea which products are available, and depending on the feedback, if customer tells that, okay, this can meet our requirements, this one we didn't know that it exists, but it can also be useful. So depending on this, we can move forward to actual testing.
And how long is usually the first meeting?
If we are, so there are two scenarios. Either when we combine presentation, which takes about 40 minutes, and actually demo itself may take 1 more hour. So usually now it's better to separate those kind of activities, because different people should be involved into this. For demo, well, we expect more technical details, more technical questions. So we don't want to keep management in a session. So it's better to separate. And the typical scenario, so I wanted to point out to the following: when the customer is small and their budget is limited, and sometimes customer tells, or we are interested in the following basic scenario, like session recording, and actually, and that's it, and only session recording. So actually, we try to explain what risks do we have and which features can mitigate these risks, minimize the risks. So sometimes customer may use non-standard systems, etc. So actually, we don't want to demo everything on a POC, because that could be a problem. We want to focus on something basic, yes, just to show the concepts. Yes, we are not going to onboard different, like dozens of applications. And it's more critical since this year, since the functionality is getting bigger and bigger. So, so we also should limit the scope of the project for the POC, because our resources
sort of limited. So actually, this depends on the customer's like background. Some customer had bad experience with competitive products. Some are quite happy but are open to new discussions. So there is no like universal strategy or something.
Yeah, but we agree here that we have several, like, maybe not problems, but challenges now on presenting the solution. Why? We have the first pitch, and you have, as you mentioned, 40 minutes. So can you talk about the portfolio for 40 minutes? Or just the PAM? Is that the PAM only like session isolation, PTA, CPM? How you cover? You mentioned the 40 minutes as the typical.
Usually salesperson carry out that presentation stage and trying to describe all the portfolio. Yes, but it's mainly so main focus is core pass, but other modules are mentioned in the second part. And I think like the customer's attention
is on the
focused
first part.
on the first part. Yeah. Yes, but all other is also mentioned, and
I think it's a kind of the egg and hen problem here, because on one hand, in the beginning, we should show as much as possible and test as much as possible to not lose the project, because if we fight against the session recording solution or basic PAM functionalities, so we need to go down with the pricing, which sometimes may not be reasonable. On the other hand, if we do the workshop with all of the functionalities of CyberArk, and even worse, if we would need to test all of the functionalities of CyberArk, we would spend a year for one POC on the customer side. I think you agree, right? So it's very hard to figure out what is the best way. Of course, there is no one gold solution for it, but it may be problematic that we are just focusing even on the presentation. If you focus like in 80% of PAM, not touching identity, not touching endpoint protection, not touching secrets management for applications, then in customer mind is okay. They presented me for 35 minutes PAM, touch something in 5 minutes, so probably for them it's not the highest priority, so it's not a good solution. And we see, that they don't see the big value of CyberArk when competing with another pure PAM vendors. So this is my observation and my feeling. And then we are getting to this discussion, give me silver bullets, which is not our DNA. We don't like this approach. We really want to be recognized as the advisors instead of just sellers that one specific product or something like that. And of course, again, it's not like one gold solution, but if we hear customer more and we ask more questions, the more opportunities we may find and more differentiators we may find and ask tricky questions. That's why I was like playing a lot with the different pre-sales strategies for myself to present solution in the different ways. And I figure out that this concept of methodology and blueprint is working really well. And what I would like to do now is to give you a very quick presentation of the blueprint. Then I would like to give you one exercise which we will talk about together. And then I would like to get back to this discussion, what can be changed in most of the scenarios if we do it in this way, then opposite side. Just one or two examples in the beginning, as you already mentioned. On the POC, in many cases, either customer doesn't know what they would like to test and they tell you, show me the best values of the solution. And then you need to think about, all of these like silver bullets, or they will be digging down into the details, like install me this connection component, some checkpoint component, some Palo component, whatever, tons of them. And you will spend a lot of time just searching for these plugins or something else, then moving forward with the program. It was like 4 years ago in Poland, I had such customer where I spent half of the year on one POC, and it was because of that. They didn't have like one strong point to buy the solution immediately, but they were just playing with it and asking tons of questions, new integrations, new something. They said there was a competitor and they were doing this. Can you do the same? And it was, you know, like ping pong play. And it was changed dramatically after 3 years from that event. And I will explain you later on how it was. But let's start with the blueprint. Personally, I think it's our second best tool which CyberArk invented, not talking about products, but the selling methodology. First was DNA years ago, and I think it worked great. Some of you are still using it, and I think it's still great. But sometimes there is the misunderstanding on the DNA, how we should use it. DNA, so-called Discover and Audit tool, is the application which you can download from our support vault. I will generate for you a month license for the specific customer for specific requirements. We run the scan, searching the environment for accounts, passwords. I mean, the problem with the passwords, like when the password was rotated last time, what is the permissions, like where you can get with this specific account, what is the issues related to attacks like pass the hash, golden ticket, things like that, SSH keys, gaps, etc. So it's around audit tool, which can present to you how in practical, from practical standpoint, how the environment looks. It's great. If you have the feeling, like you mentioned, this only session recording, so in that situations, maybe it's worth to check, okay, so we will give you the session recording. Question is how the environment looks like. Maybe it would be worth to check if you don't have any other gaps. So you may find additional stronger reason to not think only about session recording, but something much more proactive and something much more serious. But I would say that sometimes, I had it several times last year, I figured out that sometimes there was a misunderstanding about the need to do the DNA, and the project was almost delayed for the next quarter because customer thought that they cannot order solution before they do DNA. They thought like it's mandatory to move forward with the project, and it's not in many cases. So that's why I wouldn't treat it as always must have and always must to be run in the pre-sales process. But it's still a great tool which should be used in many cases in the post-sales. So before you do the stage or after you do the stage to show the value of the project. It's a great tool. But as the portfolio is growing up, so I was confused how I can do the demo, the presentation and the demo in 1 hour to show as much as possible on the product side and to not kill people with amount of the information. And then in the beginning of last year of 2020, the blueprint came. We founded blueprint methodology, and personally for me it changed a lot because it's changing the project mindset on the customer side. So what is blueprint? We customize it a lot, and we'll customize it next year a lot. So only here on this slide, you see nice examples of why customers are getting to this identity security program. Again, I wouldn't talk anymore about the PAM itself, but in general about the identity security, because it may be related to workforce people. It may be related to some internal requirements for RPA protection or something like that. If you touch only PAM, if you present only PAM, so response from customer is, okay, we have only session recording requirements. If you touch wider and ask proper questions, if you have RPA tools, vulnerability scanners, how you cover the remote access, you may find there is a lot of another interest. Of course, for most of the customers, not everybody, but you will find a lot of additional catching points, which you can use. And then if you have 5 requirements or 10 requirements instead of 1 session recording solution, it's much easier to show the value of CyberArk when talking about competitors. That's why there is a lot of flavors which we should include, and we don't have time in the beginning. That's why asking proper questions is the good idea how we can move forward. Blueprint is it's not a methodology, it's a bunch of guidances, recommendations, which we collected together with the different teams in CyberArk. There was post-sales team, security services team, our TAMs, our customer success, red team, research labs, tons of people involved in process of preparing proper program, because I think we agree, we've seen a lot of scenarios where customer bought the CyberArk and they didn't know where to start and where to go to. Like they said, okay, let's onboard our Linux account, but which one? Everyone. It's not the best approach. Or the same with the Windows or networking. We touched security tools in the beginning and had tons of custom plugins to be written. So there were a lot of questions, yeah, how to do it in the proper way. And that's why we created this blueprint strategy to help people to move through the program. And by the design, it is the solution for customer success teams to plan the next stages of the implementation. What we found in my region, so in Poland, Ukraine, Baltics, and Adriatic region, it's unbelievable tool for the pre-sales, especially in this nowadays situation where we have a lot of products and it's hard to talk about them in 1 hour meeting. So that's why it's better to hear first customers and then prepare for them recommendations. And based on these recommendations, to start talking about the products. So blueprint is based on the several like typical attacking steps which are done in the typical environments. So first one, in many cases, if hacker will get into your environment, if cut to the customer environment, doesn't matter if it's cloud-based or it's the on-prem one, if they are in the workstation, the workforce workstation, IT workstation, if they are on the server, some GitHub repository or the vulnerability scanner, in many cases, what they would like to do in the beginning is a kind of the discovery, reconnaissance, search where are they, what is in the neighborhood, and first, what credentials are available. Because credentials are the easiest way how to propagate in the environment, because you don't need to use any 0 days, exploits, gaps of the environment, but you are using trusted steps. So they would like to have passwords, SSH keys, certificates, whatever is in this environment. If they compromise these secrets, they may potentially do the movements, lateral movement between the workstations, for example, by using built-in administrative account, which is compromised and maybe is the same on the different workstations, or some hash of the help desk user and use the pass the hash techniques. They may use the SSH keys to get from the workstation to the server, because maybe there was some administrator of Linux and he had like access to 200 servers with the same SSH key to make it easier to do some changes by using SSH scripts. In the same time, so it's about the vertical movement in the environment. Maybe from the administrator workstation, it was possible to get to the folder, open the files for AWS API access or Azure API access, take the access key and secret key, and compromise your Azure environment by using CLI access. It's quite straightforward, because unfortunately still, in many cases, these secrets, like secret key, access key, they are stored in the file, even not in the encrypted format. You can change it, but sometimes people forget about it. So these movements, in many cases, are possible with the trusted standard protocols like SSH or RDP or something like that. And last but not least is about the privilege escalation, that people are using some huge privileges which are not used in daily tasks. Even like the subscription admin, global admin of the AWS, or domain administrator in the environment, because they need to have it once per week, so they are using and abusing it, unfortunately. So by compromising password of local admin, we can get to the full administrative rights on the workstation. We can go to the LSISS and try to dump it to get the hashes of the domain users, and then we can propagate in the environment. So what we should enforce is this just-in-time and this privilege concept in the environment. And these 3 pillars is not something new which we invented, because it's one of the common tactics and techniques used by hackers. And you see here nice mapping between the MITRE attack framework, which is commonly known. I'm pretty sure all of you know it. And you see what we can do from the different pillars of CyberArk to minimize the risk. Of course, we're not guaranteed that nothing will be possible, but we talk to many red teams, and all of them say that if identity security program is enforced, it's not like that I have the PAM, like the checkbox, and I'm using transparent session recording, but if you really implement it, it's much harder to get to any environment because it's standardizing a lot of things. It's first, of course, about this, about the features of the solution, but in many cases, this enforcement, this limitation of bad practices, this is the point which is great of PAM and identity security. With the blueprint, we would like to prepare some kind of the recommendation of the roadmap. It won't be roadmap yet, but a kind of the recommendation for customer. Like if we were you, what we would touch and when we would touch it. And here there are two parameters which we are taking into consideration. First is, of course, the risk reduction. To not start with test accounts, to not start with some basic accounts, because there will be the mindset of customer, okay, if you are starting with these basic, not critical accounts, so you are afraid of connecting, so we will not give you domain admin to be rotated, but still we will push it for future to not touch your critical elements in the beginning. We would like to change it. We would like to, of course, we can start with 2-3 accounts to warm up in the beginning, but then we should go to capital C accounts like domain admins, hypervisor admins, etc. Because the mindset will be different. If people will see that after onboarding these accounts, nothing was changed. So it's stable, it's working, everything is great. So it will be much easier to enforce different teams to move forward with the program. On the opposite side, we should start with accounts which are easy to be implemented, not with something like static applications where we need to find all of the dependencies, service accounts, check how to rotate them if some scheduled tasks are connected to it. Let's move it later on because it requires to have the high effort to make it happen. So we would like to start with something which is on the right side up. So high impact and low effort, a kind of the quick wins to really fast move forward with these first phases of the implementation. Because then customers say, yeah, we understand that they were able to do it quickly. They shown us what is the gap in the environment first, done the deployment, proved us what was happening. Let's move forward with them. This is the difference when you compare it to the approach. Let's implement the solution in the environment, do the analysis, onboard some accounts, next accounts, without cutting these different phases, because it's hard for even for management, for board, to prove that this investment is worth to do. What is the value of the solution? That's why we define different stages and their requirements. So we would like to start with this rapid risk mitigation to do something very quick, like the sprint. And you see that in the beginning, we are mainly focusing on the preventing credential theft, because if we compromise the password of root of hypervisor or domain administrator, we don't need to do the lateral movements because they are automatically possible to be there. So we would like to start with these most critical assets in the environment. Then we would like to expand it, but to start with something with low efforts like Windows, Unix, maybe some CI/CD tools, but not touching everything from this day tool. And then if we close it, we would like to go to enterprise program, to go to the database team, some infrastructure teams, OOB, etc. We will stabilize the program, not only from PAM side, but MFA, SSO, Lifecycle Management, least privilege on the workstation servers. And last but not least, here we will touch all of these heavy topics like scripts, applications, and also service accounts, for example. So this is the goal. And how it works effectively. I've done like probably 80 or almost 100 of such blueprint analysis in almost last 2 years. Some were working, some were not working. But what I figure out is the best to do in the beginning is not go by us to the security team, like security administrators, managers of the security, because it may generate the risk that if you, well, what we would like to do, we would like to collect the data about current situation. So do assessment, do the analysis together with the customer about the current situation. Then we should prepare the recommendations, present them, modify if something is needed because customers say that they don't like it, they would like to change something, so we will modify it. We should send it to them. They should put internal priorities like, yeah, there was the audit made by this and this company, and they said that we should change it. So they should change it, and we have commitment from the roadmap perspective. It's like, remember, Blueprint is platform independent. So if they already have something, some session recording solution, Azure MFA, Google, Okta, whatever, they potentially can keep it if they want to, but we should be recognized as the trusted advisors for them, and it will change a lot later on. And how we do it? First, we should collect the information, we schedule the workshop. But if you will do it immediately, there may be the risk, like for half of the question, they will say you confidential information. I will not tell it to you. Now we can give you just generic information. So we are not doing this deep dive in the beginning. That's why, or they will postpone it. Like we'll say you send me this questionnaire, which you would like to fill, and we'll answer it through the email. What is not working at all, believe me. So because of that, we changed the strategy. And what do? We are going higher to the CISO, CIO level or to the board. So our sales teams, our AEs, they are doing this job. So doing like 30 minutes risk presentation, something similar I've done now. So talking about the risk, maybe quickly one slide about the products, but in general about the blueprint. And the outcome of this first business meeting should be like the green light from the top, from the C-level, that security team should do this job with us. It's free of charge. It's not something like the commitment. So we should do this job together. And then we have the meeting with this security team, which if they have the green light from the board, they are much more open to present anything. And what do we do? I will show you. We have created with Marcin such example of identity security program questionnaire. It's for Acme Bank. It's example, some fake name of the customer. It's one of the banks, let's say, in the region. We optimized the questionnaire. For those of you who know already Blueprint, we optimized we created together with Marcin the edition for prospects. It's much shorter. It's less than 4 pages. It was almost 8 pages before. We just collect this information, which is important for us. So we start with the kind of the program strategy information, like how many privileged accounts do you have in the environment? It's just for us to understand if there would be the question in future, like provide us some system requirements for POC or anything, you will have this information. Nice information is about what drives you to implement this identity security program, PAM in general, etc. So if based on the answer, you may ask additional questions, and that's why I never send this questionnaire. You may send it in advance before the meeting, but don't ask people to fill it and send it back to you. Because if somebody will click this audit and compliance, for example, what does it mean to you? For me, nothing, because I don't know what is the compliance. I don't know what is the regulation. I don't know what audit said. If you are on the meeting and you are asking this question, they are surprised, and in many cases, they are more open because they are starting discussion together. Like, yeah, you know, there was this and this company, they've done the audit, and there is the MS SQL issue, and we need to rotate secrets as soon as possible. That 1-0 for us, because you understand what is the real customer need. Sometimes they are sharing information about the breaches. Yeah, we had 2 months ago breach, it was related to this and this. They are more open because they already had a green light from the top level. Of course, sometimes NDA is needed, etc. It's not as easy, but we are hearing that the customer current problems. You should ask the question, where are they with the cloud adoption? If they specified like they are partially adopted cloud, so you know that most probably will be fine with EPM in SaaS or with VPAM or with identity, which is the PAM program. If they don't have the plans to adopt clouds, so I wouldn't say it's a showstopper. In many cases, we may convince people to start using it, because you can ask the question, guys, okay, I understand you don't have infrastructure as a service or platform as a service, but the question is, do you use Office 365? Yeah, we are using. Okay, so you are using cloud, but not in the way how you felt about it before. So it's a very important question for us to prepare ourselves better for the next meeting. You have 2 options. If you are using the first pitch and demo, there will be immediate question, and you need to have the immediate reaction, like in 10 seconds. Okay, you have the problem with third-party vendors, so I will give you the demo. Instead of it, you may collect all of the information in one meeting, and you have at least 1 week to prepare everything in the perfect way for the next meeting. From the pre-sale side, it's perfect situation. Because I had several projects where I had 2 hours of this workshop on site. For example, this like 2 months ago in Warsaw, where we sit with customer and they were ready to hear about this VPAM because they heard from us what we are asking for is about the weakness of the MFA in the VPN access, the problems with these VPN concentrators, problems with the provisioning, and they wanted to hear us the recommendation and say, stay with it and we will present it next week. And believe me, the feedback next week was incredible. We should ask the question about the digital transformation, if they have some CI/CD technologies, containerization, etc. Again, to prepare better. And one of the most important questions for us to not have the feedback from you, give us silver bullet documentation against psychotic, beyond trust, etc. Is this question: what other active security initiatives do you have outside of PASS? Because if customer is getting to you with that session recording requirement, they are just focusing on this specific slice, and you are answering to focus this specific slice. And maybe, and it's in many cases it's the same story, maybe they are searching for IAM or searching for MFA or publish the RFI for SSO portal or some self-service password reset, or they are thinking about HashiCorp. And we don't know about it because we are just presenting session recording solution. That's why before presenting anything, let's ask them, okay, guys, but what else is there? If you mentioned that you have this cloud partially adopted, and they have Azure and GCP, this Acme Bank, and we can ask simple question, are you aware of the protection, how to protect access to consoles, API keys, etc.? Just start very small discussion, and maybe you will open the next door for this customer. This customer used Azure PIM. This is, I wouldn't call it PIM. It's like the more JIT for Azure, where you can request to have the permissions for next hour. And they are asking why CyberArk would be relevant here. So you should make a note. Don't answer yet, but make a note about it. We see that they implemented EDR for ransomware. And again, it shouldn't close us the door for the EPM and least privilege concept on this specific topic if they are using EDR. Is brilliant complementary solutions. I was working last month with one of the leaders of the EDRs to prepare campaign together. Actually, the material is ready to go, and we are just waiting for the green light from sales team. And we figure out that it's not competitive solution at all from the technical side, from the budget perspective. It may be, keep it in mind, but we are working in totally different way. So CyberArk is proactive. You limit the option to abuse the local admin rights. You limit option to run untrusted software or compromise credentials, where EDR is working more like reactive. If something is happening, it's analyzing the situation and may respond to it. What is great, because I've seen it, is incredible how we can, if something was encrypted, you can like get to the previous version by using protected shadow copies, etc. It's brilliant solution, but more reactive than proactive. So implementing them together is the best possible combination for the protection of the endpoint. That's why we shouldn't say like, okay, you are protected against ransomware by using EDRs, we don't touch it. No, we should, but show the difference between the solutions. So make as many notes as possible about what is happening in this environment from the security side. Then we are asking the more PAM questions like, okay, you have different, for sure you have different kind of systems and accounts. So I would like to understand the current situation. If domain admins, if they are protected, if secrets are vaulted, you see that they are not vaulted, but they are using some RDS bastion host between the tiers. Yeah, so from the workstation, they are interactively logging to the RDS, launch the RDP on the RDS and go further, or they are using some session recording solution, as you mentioned. So we should make these notes to, again, use them in the next meeting. Also, from the mindset perspective, the more information you collect and use, the better it is to be recognized as this trusted advisor. So to collect information, what kind of systems do you use? If we support the natively, etc., it may be something very significant. So collect them like in the SaaS application. If we have this information that they have Office 365, Salesforce, something else, most probably it may be the green light for Swiss here for secure web sessions. So gather this info, then you can go to machine communication and say, do you have guys vulnerability scanners? 99% will say yes, sure. Some commercial, sure. Like if they can tell you the name, it's perfect. If not, at least say, okay, it's one of these like Qualys, Rapid, Nessus, something like that. Then you say, yeah, okay, cool. So we know we have CQ Alliance. You can ask how many nodes are there. And based on it, why we are asking the question about numbers, because I think we are very good with this blueprint. But in the last 2 projects, which I had like 2 months ago, we figured out with Michał, with my AE, that the blueprint worked perfectly. They wanted to buy the ramp up in the beginning without POC, without anything. But my mistake was in that time that I haven't during this session with the customer, I haven't collected this information. And after that, it took us 3 weeks. We wasted 3 weeks just to gather this information, which were directly there during the meeting because there were tons of people on the meeting. So we like had a big delay with the project because we didn't ask proper questions. That's why if it is possible, because 50% of these questions, they will say, we don't know, but at least average may be there. I say, okay, it's more like 100 UiPath robots or more than 10 robots. It's like 90. So at least you will have some estimation here. And the same will be if you ask about the CI/CD pipeline, if they use CI/CD tools like Jenkins, Ansible, Puppet, Chef, etc. So by having the answer, you may understand if they will want to have some starting pack, like small number of this Conjure entry point, or if they will say, yeah, we have 50 tools, so yeah, this is the site license and this is straightforward. The same with Kubernetes cluster. So you may understand if they are just starting the journey with the DevOps, or if they are already aware and have something more. The same will be with the static applications, Java applications. Just put some numbers here. So then this estimation of the ramp up will be more close to the real values. Last point from the table perspective is about least privilege concept. So what group of people still has the local admin rights and the endpoint servers, macOS, etc. And in most cases, it will be like IT admins, developers, they exist and admin rights are still there. You can ask the additional question like, what other tools do you use for the security purposes? If there is something else than the Defender. Number of systems, again, variable information, because it will provide you the next nice way how to plan the roadmap from our side. And we added additional information in this questionnaire, like first, very important, how remote access is made for third-party vendors especially. And in many cases, if you ask proper question, like what problems do you see in current situation when talking about the remote access? Sometimes they are very open. In many cases, they are very open because it's very up-to-date problem, like valid problem that, yeah, they are using agents, they are using shared password or just basic certificates, that the provisioning takes weeks or even months sometimes. So they should open the discussion. If not, you should ask proper questions about the provisioning, about passwords, about the agents, maybe the third-party vendors, they are using virtual machines because they have different agents for different customers. So they are using virtual machines, question how you can control if this virtual machine is protected, so on and so forth. And just collect the information like here, VPN client side, plus certificate and domain password, most critical accesses. Additionally, there is no PAM or session recording, but just bastion host. Very common flow. Provisioning takes some time, you know, to create a user in the domain, in the VPN, some additional configuration, needed, generate certificates, so on and so forth. So this is the brilliant starting point to not start with marketing presentation of the Alero or VPAM, now called, but to touch their use cases, to refer to their existing environment that is changing a lot. Who ask the question about how many vendors do they have, how many privileged users, is there monitoring for third party for business access? So it may give you the information about Swiss if it's needed or not. Do they have some SSO like Okta or something like that? How many people from business do they have? Do they have MFA? And again, they may say, in many cases, they will say there is something, Azure, Duo, whatever. So you may ask, okay, cool. You may still use it. Great, it is there. But the question, do you use it in the wide range or just Azure MFA to get to Azure? In many cases, this is like the security island approach. Just some security boxes that they are using MFA, but just here and here are certificates. No standardization, no unification. So by using this blueprint, you may show them, okay, now you have everything in this one identity console where you can define these different profiles for different people, but finally with the one visibility in the interface instead of having different MFA structures in the different ways. You can ask the question about the storing credentials for business people. If they are using a kind of the KeePass stores, maybe there is some additional way how to give the value of CyberArk. How many cloud regions do they have? Some, yeah, these are the numbers, so we can skip it for now. I think it is quite straightforward. If they have some IAM solution implemented, if they already have, if they are happy with it, if they are, what is it? Is it SailPoint? Is it some RSA, some IBM, whatever? So maybe if it's SailPoint, for example, and they just started this project, they are implementing it, is working great. So the perfect point where we have then almost native integration between it, between the IIQ and PAM, or between the security, what is the identity now, and pCloud. So great option for next, like checkbox, silver bullet, as you mentioned, but not silver bullet on the paper, just with the features mindset, but from the program side, it changed a lot. If you have some ticketing system and internal notes, I'm putting always the notes in the end. So during the meeting, I make some notes in the notepad or anything else. And I put these notes like my personal comments, like there was the comment about audit. There was the comment, maybe it's not something customer should see, but we should put it for ourselves, like APA access keys are not protected. Or they mentioned this Azure and we should be prepared for some competitive discussions about it. So based on this, this is the very powerful pre-sales tool to prepare yourself for the meeting. And what then? We are, sorry. Question from Shamek, do you share? Yeah, of course, I will share the questionnaire with you, this like simulation of the questionnaire, but also the like more production questionnaire. I will share it with you with pleasure. And let me show you the next meeting, how it should work. So this questionnaire session is like 1 hour up to 2 hour session. And then we are doing the around 2 hour meeting only with security team. I don't want usually on this meeting to have infrastructure, DevOps guys, etc., because in many cases, by purpose or by mistake, but they will destroy this meeting. I mean, they will ask either some annoying questions or they will ask important questions for them, which are very valid and very important, but not in this stage. So we would like to have like 1 up to 2 hour session to show high level of the roadmap, our proposal to security team to buy them. And it's not something that we are hiding something and we are afraid of contact with infrastructure of DevOps, for sure not. But if we have this agreement on the high level with security team, then we are knocking with them to the different departments. And also in that case, it will be different story that in the beginning, if we have everybody in the room, because everybody would like to shine, and they would like to ask, you know, how important they are, and they would like to ask some heavy questions, which maybe shouldn't be asked in this stage of the project. So just a reminder for them, what is it about if there are some new people in the room, just 3 or 4 slides. And we actually, this is the main slide we touched during this meeting. And how does it work? We have the, not legenda, but legend. I will change it. Just give me a second because it's the next time I forgot to translate it from Polish to English. So just give me a sec. Yep, it is there. Okay. So we have the legend with the strategy refresh points. So there is the timeline with the different stages. And usually after every stage or almost every stage, we would like to take the breath and do the refresh point. It means that would be good to meet with the customer, ask how was the stage, what was working, what was not working. Maybe we should fix something, maybe we should change the direction because something was changed in the environment, because they moved to the cloud and this specific system, which was planned for stage 2, is not existing anymore. So these refresh points are very important. And we have different colors here, which are like referring to privilege, workforce identity, secrets management, and least privilege concept in general. Any questions for now before I'll move quickly about discussing how do I plan it in many cases and what does it mean for the next stages? Do you have any comments or questions for now? No, I don't think so. Okay, so let's jump in the different stages. Stage 1, so this sprint where we would like to do the most important accounts. So from the PAM side, we will identify what kind of admins are there. If they are domain administrators, local admins on the servers, hypervisor admins, Azure GCP cloud admins. These are the accounts which should be covered in the stage 1 because they are very attractive for the attacker. If we are here, we should enforce this MFA for privileged users. It's in the subscription and use it. Say, if you do the POC, always on the POC, if possible, connect identity to PAM to show MFA. Not only in theory, because they will say, okay, theory in practice probably is difficult. If you show on the POC, it's possible. If you show in the beginning of the implementation, it's possible. They will be more into the MFA. Some integrations like use Splunk, etc. You see that I moved here very heavy topic, which is Oracle databases. It was because of the requirement of some audit in this Acme Bank, for example. We've seen it like 4 or 5 times already that some accounts of the databases or some other tools needed to be moved, even though it's not the best practice. We would touch Oracle usually somewhere here in the build accounts and here with the named accounts. But it was needed, but just the top like 2-3 databases because of the audit requirements. That's it. From the red part, least privilege, we connect the CIAM for cloud admins to minimize the risk that somebody will abuse these global administrators. As I see, I recommended here to do the integration with Qualys and ServiceNow from the secret management perspective for these solutions to fetch secrets from CyberArk. And also, and this is like, again, natural extension. As we are in production using MFA and SSO, I convinced customer to do the pilot, the POC of the MFA and SSO for business people. If they like it, we will extend it in the next phase. So something very straightforward, but we have the plan. This is important. And what you can do now, you can schedule the demo of what was presented in stage 1. You can schedule POC in what was presented in stage 1 against doing POC of session recording or against doing the POC of basic password rotation capabilities. It's referring to real business and technical needs of this customer, and it's referring to the next stage only. Or, of course, we can say, if you would like to do the POC not only in the stage 1, 2, or 3, so we can combine it together. But what is important, I never propose the full POC to customers. First, it doesn't make sense. If they don't see this need, please don't push customers to do the POC. I've been several times on the meeting with partner in the region in general and the customer, where customer was fine with the blueprint. They were ready to do the one workshop and order. And partner was asking like, when do you want to do the POC? I said, have they mentioned POC? No, so why we push to do the POC? Do you have some spare time to spend? So I will use it with pleasure. But if customer is not asking for POC, why we are doing POC? Especially that in many cases, if customers say, I want to do the POC, so the question is if it's not enough for them to do the POV. What is the difference between POC and POV? Is the POV is proof of value, so we can show it, for example, in our cloud environment. SkyTab environment will in the next year, we will have the new environment for such capabilities, but even in SkyTab, most of use cases are ready to go. And I see a lot, of course, it's not like 100%, but 40, 50% of the projects, if we organize it properly, they may be close with the POV. So we may arrange the 1, 2, 3 workshops and show the lab, our SkyTab environment, and many customers are fine with it. They may ask for the POC. So we can ask, okay, but what you would like to test from what we presented? What is mandatory to be tested in your on-prem environment? Do you have any specific application system which you are afraid will not be able to cover? Then I fully agree the POC is something reasonable. But if you want to connect just to the domain controller or to the Linux system, what is the value for doing the POC in the on-prem environment where you compare it to the SkyTab, where everything is ready to go? Sometimes, not so often anymore, fortunately, but sometimes customers say, still, we need to do it. We have somehow hardened environment. We would like to do it in the on-prem. Then the next question is, would you like to do the basic POC or the full POC for 3 stages? If full POC for 3 stages, we will spend 3 months at least on the POC. So what is working now, and I have like currently 4 projects and 4 POCs where I proposed as following. Let's specify from this list what is mandatory for the on-prem POC. And usually they are fine with basic pass just to install it, password rotation, PTA, session recording, something else for 3 systems. It's more than enough. Say, okay, great. But we cannot finish with it because then we will compare, will be like comparable to all of other solutions in the market. That's why we can either use this program, and if they would like to prove something, we can mix POV with POC. I create with you SkyTab, and we are playing on the lab environment on remote access, identity security, Conjure, whatever. And in the same time, they prove that the most critical asset, which is Vault for them maybe, it's really working in the environment. You still optimize your time when you compare it to full POC, heavy POC in the on-prem. So in general, so this is about the first stage. Second stage is like the natural, and the next stages are like natural extensions of the stage 1. Like from Windows side, we are touching named privilege accounts, expanding to the Windows local administrators, go to Unix environments, CI/CD consoles, touch VPAM, third-party vendors, expand protection of the clouds, go with the green. So you will see like, this is the easiest part which you can do with the secrets management, like the checkbox in Qualys. I don't know, I will ask CyberArk. Then you go to RPA, which is still quite easy. You go to the Conjure, which from configuration standpoint is much more difficult. I mean, it requires to install the infrastructure of Conjure, plan the policies, etc. But still it's much easier to be implemented from the mindset perspective and the process perspective than static applications, which were written by external company years ago, and maybe this company is not existing anymore and they cannot change the code. So that's why these are the reasonable stages, like go with something ready to go, expand it with something dynamic and modern, and then touch these old-fashioned style applications, because maybe in 2023, they will not exist anymore, and they will be moved to web apps, for example. I think it really makes sense. Same with this orange or brown part, is more orange here, brown here. Let's expand it if they like the POC of MFA SSO. So we will do MFA and SSO deployment for critical applications. Then for all applications, we will do the pilot of lifecycle management. If they don't have some IAM project yet, so maybe they will be interested for it, we can go to the business session monitoring with the Swiss, so on and so forth. And then we continue with the databases, domain controller protection, OOB. If we have here touching least privilege concept on the workstations, these most difficult workstations, but with a small number of these workstations, we expanded to the business user workstation, to all workstations, to the servers, so on and so forth. So this is the plan. What it means for the next steps of the pre-sales. If you created it, you may ask customer, okay, guys, what do you think about it? Would you change something here? So you may, on the same meeting, you may do the modifications, like they say, yeah, but this Azure and GCP should be in stage 2 and Oracle should be in stage 1. Great, we committed. And then we are ready for our sales guys to provide any estimations. Like I wrote to myself during this meeting, let me just share it with you. What I heard from them, that you can ask questions, okay, guys, how many these administrators you may have for hypervisors, domains, etc. And they put some values. How many privileged people you may have managing workstations or CI/CD consoles. Take this information and you have ready to go like the input into the pricing. Like for this customer, we need to have for the stage 1 to 3. Just give me a second, I need to close my door because kids came to my home. So for stage 1 up to 3, we need to have 300 standard privileged users, 320 VPAM external people, 1,000 business users. So most probably they will need to have around 100 SWIs. They have 10 DC controllers, 3 vulnerability scanners, 90 UiPaths. They have 1 region for Azure and 2 in the GCP and 2 data centers. So they need to have 5 conjures for one of these stages. They have in general 30 environments in the cloud, like accounts, subscriptions, projects, and the number of EPMs, workstations and servers. Plus, they mentioned that for stage 2, they will need to have around 20 workstations. They need to fetch secrets with the scripts. And in the stage 3, they need to have around 80 systems calling for secrets. And this is information needed for ramp up. Now, sales guys can prepare the ramp up deal. 3 months ago, I had one of the big projects in Poland for insurance company who we used this approach. There was some small trust with the customer, not a big relation, but small trust with the customer. We've done this methodology. With this methodology, we've done the stages. We had several meetings with our SMEs on the Conjure, for example. We wanted to convince them to use Conjure together with, it was .NET, and I will remind myself in a second what was the technology used. But they wanted to feel like it meets the requirement from the DevOps side. So we scheduled half-day workshop for them, technical one with demos, etc. And immediately after it, they ordered, it was like 400K euro deal for ramp up for us without any POC. And we have already, I guess, 3 such projects where we were able to avoid POCs by using this methodology. Of course, it's not like the magic tool that we will forget about POCs. It's not true. In many cases, it's needed, but it's changing the mindset. It's like proving that what we present in theory is valid in practice, instead of having this one small slice like session recording against somebody else. Here, you present it as trusted advisor, and then you are proving it's really how it works, and it seems to be, instead of having really this fight with the checkboxes and bits and bytes with the competitors. So this is how do we see it, and it's really working. In last 2 years, I remember maybe now 3 projects where they said, yeah, we want this only like small checkbox inside, nothing else. I remember in Ukraine, like a month ago, I had a meeting with a prospect, and they said that they believe more in this security island approach. They want to be dependent on the vendor. But it was once or twice where we had really closer to 100 the tens, these blueprints. It's saving us as the pre-sales a lot of time when digging up into these POCs, so on and so forth. Any questions about blueprint?
Could you please spoiler a little bit? It's not related to blueprint, but new platform. Will it be Skype tab based or something different?
Okay, just give me a second. I will even try to share it with you. Just Oh, sorry.